programs and agencies at the state and federal level and local programs too. Everything that gets involved when we're talking about reusing some of our legacy sites that have very inconveniently piled up over the last 400 or 500 years of industrial revolution. But we're ready for a new energy renaissance. It's a land boom, and I'm so thrilled to see the progress that Virginia has made, taking bold steps, experimenting. There's legislation, as you may know, on the governor's desk right now, HB 1925, that will really be a leader and probably paint a very bright pathway for other states to follow in brighter footsteps. And speaking of leading the way, we have a very important, it's not just big government or big states or big corporations. We have truly everyone engaged, the nonprofit sphere, institutions, where a lot of this work has already been done. The revolution's already been kind of fought and won. And you've been hearing me talk about the end of the beginning and taking the next steps. And I want to introduce now Miss Judy Dunscomb. She's a senior conservation scientist with the Nature Conservancy in Virginia, who, if you don't know who they are, you should definitely Google them, because they're doing all kinds of interesting stuff, and they have a huge stable of stars over there doing solar and everything else. And Ms. Dunscomb has herself 28 years of conservation experience, including landscape scale conservation management, rare species conservation, natural areas management. She's a credentialed type 2 prescription burn boss, and she's an experienced facilitator all around. She's a true star. We need more people like her. Judy, come into the conversation. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. I can see you perfectly. We've got your presentation queued up. How's your sound?
Hopefully my sound is good. What does it sound like to you?
It sounds great. Thanks for joining us today. And as a carbon-based life form on this planet, I'd like to say thank you for the work that you've done. and we're thrilled to see everything that you've managed to achieve thus far.
Well, thank you so much, Dan. Thanks for that great introduction. And welcome to all of you on the call. Hopefully folks had a little bit of a break, got some emails done, got some lunch. It's kind of hard to read the room in this format, so I hope I am able to hold on to some of the energy you just created, Dan. But I'm really glad to be here today to talk about a project that the Nature Conservancy is working on to really help found a collaboration to achieve what we think are shared goals around renewable energy development and conservation of critical lands. And the first thing I need to do before I get started is to thank a couple of my colleagues. Nina Copeland is our solar siting project coordinator. She's done a lot of the GIS analysis for this project. So the nice maps you're going to see today are hers. Also my colleague, Chris Bruce, important source of data and general GIS guru. And then also thanks to the Virginia Environmental Endowment that has funded this project and is funding Nina's position with us. So here's what you can expect to hear over the next 11 minutes or so. So why did we have project objectives? Why did we do this? We're going to share out with you a simple model that we created to try to illustrate the opportunities for development of solar energy and conservation of natural resources as a shared goal. And then we're going to talk a little bit about a good site. We're talking about a place that we own and manage in Southwest Virginia and how we are working to site solar on it and lessons that we're hoping to learn and share from that. And then a couple conclusions and where we're hoping to go from here. Hopefully that sounds good. So why did we do this? Well, the Nature Conservancy is a conservation organization. Our mission is to conserve the lands and waters upon which all life depends. So not surprisingly, we care a lot about conservation. We also care a lot about renewable energy development, and we really want to see renewable energy deployed quickly. And we also really want to make sure it's in the right places. So one thing that all of my work analyzing various forms of energy development has told me is that all forms of energy have impacts, no matter how affirmative the intention is around renewables. Renewable energy can still have impacts. In fact, work that my colleagues have been doing around the organization and around the world indicates that energy development is a leading source of land use conversion in the United States and in many places around the globe. So this is something that we really need to get right, and we take it very seriously. But this tension, this desire to have both development and conservation creates something that some analysts call a polarity. And I'm going to spend a moment to talk about this because we are in a very polarized world. And I think it's very important to clarify what it means to really be for renewable energy development and for conservation. So conservation is great. Conservation is a way that we get access to great places to recreate, to conserve wildlife and wildlife habitat. Conservation protects water quality. It protects really cool critters that we can enjoy, that we can support, that we can conserve. Conservation is great. Renewable energy development is also great, and it helps us avoid some of the worst impacts of climate change, and also is something that many communities are looking to as an economic opportunity as we transition into a new era beyond fossil fuels. So conservation is great, but if we focus too much on conservation, we're going to miss some of these economic development opportunities and also miss some of those opportunities to avert the worst impacts of climate change. And if we focus too much on renewables to the exclusion of conservation, we're going to risk losing some important agricultural lands, forestal lands, wildlife habitats, and also allow water quality degradation, which is not a desirable outcome for anybody. So my point here for all of us is to think about not renewables versus conservation, but to think about, let's avoid the downsides of focusing too much on either and really emphasize the upsides of both. So I want to put some concrete, it's not really concrete actually, but I want to put some visuals around what that looks like. So to get to that, we created this I call it the super simple solar model. So my colleagues at the Nature Conservancy have done some very deep, very sophisticated models around scenario planning for renewable energy development. This is not one of them. This is a much more simple model, and we made it simple because we wanted to be able to roll it out fairly quickly. And we wanted to, we didn't want to build something unless we had a real user for it and real end user for it. So we can ramp this up if there's interest. But we looked at a couple different variables that really drive where our renewables get developed: relatively flat, distance to transmission, land cover, so avoiding urbanized and developed land, and contiguous area. So a site has to be large enough to support a viable number of megawatts. And so we assume about 10 acres per megawatt. So we looked at sites that were could support facilities 3 megawatts or less and 10 megawatts or less. And we use those. I would like to tweak that lower boundary, but basically what we're seeing is that we have sites 5 megawatts and less, and then we have some large sites that are happening. So our choice of area reflects what we're seeing in terms of development. A couple obvious omissions. I won't go into this a lot today because of time, but we didn't talk about transmission capacity. We can certainly do that. Time, it just is just a matter of time and money. And we didn't really talk about land price because it's complicated to tease out where the breakpoints are for that. So getting right down to this, how much potentially solar suitable land is in Virginia? Well, our model found that we have about 8.7 million acres of potentially suitable solar land in the Commonwealth. And we validated that model looking at projects that are in the PJM-Q. And what we found is that out of 118 projects in the PJM-Q, 108 or 91.5% fall within our potentially solar suitable area. So simple as it is, it seems to be a pretty good fit. So the next question is, where are the important conservation lands and how do those intersect with this potentially solar suitable area? We used the Conserve Virginia layer. Happy to talk more about that in the future, but we used it because it covers the entire Commonwealth and it identifies 7 conservation subsets that represent things that are important to a variety of stakeholders. So whereas the Nature Conservancy's primary concern are natural lands that support wildlife resources and resiliency in the face of climate change, other stakeholders have other concerns, and we knew it was important to reflect those in order to get an accurate depiction of what conflict looks like. So when we overlay those two things, what do we find? Well, we found about 2.2 million acres of this Conserve Virginia layer intersect the potentially solar suitable land. And that comes out to about 25%. So that leaves us a lot of land. So let me just recap those numbers for you. So potentially solar suitable land in Virginia is about 8.7 million acres. Important for conservation that intersects with that is about 2.2 million acres. And that means possibly developable lands of about 6.4 million acres. Now, we don't have a target for solar in Virginia, so I can't measure that against a target, but just roughly, super roughly speaking, the Virginia Clean Economy Act finds 16,000 megawatts to be in, well, 16,100 megawatts to be in the public interest, and that equates to roughly 161,000 acres. So let me just tweak this a little bit. So we know our solar model is wrong. It probably overestimates the area that's truly available. And we know that our conservation model is wrong, and it probably underestimates the area. So let's just slice that possibly developable number in half, just to be really conservative. And then let's say, well, we don't really know how much land-based solar we need, but let's just really ramp that up to some crazy high number of 300,000 acres. What we can see is that we have 10 times the amount of area that is potentially solar suitable than we think it's reasonable to assume that we need for solar. And even if so we have a lot of room to move. And our conclusion is that the conflict between renewable energy development and land conservation is a solvable problem. And that is the big takeaway I want to share with you from my talk today. Briefly, I want to say, I know we're talking a lot about opportunities for solar on degraded lands, and we wanted to be able to tell you quantitatively how much opportunity there is available on degraded lands. And another takeaway I want you to have is that we can't do that yet, because the data on where degraded lands are, the shape of them, the size of them, what's on them now, doesn't exist right now. A very solvable problem also in and of itself, but a critical next step as we're moving forward. Now I'm going to pivot in my last couple of minutes to a conversation about some lands that we're working on in Southwest Virginia and what we're trying to do here. So the Nature Conservancy, as a land conservation organization, we recently protected 250,000 acres in Southwest Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. And those lands are depicted on this map in orange and in red. And we did this using a novel tool for us. It's an actually impact investing tool. So we have some straight philanthropic dollars, but we also have some investor dollars. And we need to provide a return on investment for those impact investors on the lands that they've helped us conserve. So we're looking for ecologically compatible ways to derive income from these lands to help fund that, that investor return. And of course, in addition to our conservation goals, we are also wanting to benefit the surrounding community. So super briefly, we decided that solar energy could be a really good fit for this property, which contains a number of reclaimed and actually active mined lands. And so we undertook a very scaled down version of the analysis I just showed you just for this one property. And this is the Virginia portion, but you can see here on the map, we have areas that we have no interest in developing for solar. Their highest and best use in our portfolio is for a strict conservation purpose. And we have areas that we think are just perfect for solar. And those areas are represented in green on the map. And we have some in yellow where we're like, we're not sure. Like maybe it could work out here, maybe it can't. So our next step was to seek out some partners to work with us on this project. And we have done that. We've actually completed an RFP process. We're working with a few developers to ink options on this property, but we're really excited to be moving ahead and figuring out how can we create a great example for development of previously mined lands that is beneficial to the community and underscores these conservation values. So we're going to be learning right along with you. Dan, I think I'm at the end of my time, so that's all I really had to say, but let me just remind you again of this key takeaway. Virginia can meet its renewable energy goals without converting important natural lands, and all we need is the will to do that.
Thanks, Judy. Dynamite stuff. Brilliant. Thank you so much. And, you know, Albert Einstein, personal hero of mine. So I appreciate that and the beautiful pictures and really all the work that you're doing. Certainly your takeaway for me, one of the takeaways is, you know, developing this inventory as a next step, actually, you know, starting the due diligence. That's what the end of the beginning means to me. You can't scale unless you can actually get your arms around this stuff and get to the closing table and everything else. So thanks so much for monitoring the space, measuring it as you guys do and all the resources that you have. If you're not familiar with the work that they're doing at the Nature Conservancy and have been doing for the planet for a long time, you know, we're not starting from scratch here. Tip of the cap. Thank you so much. let's roll right into our next block, where it's actually a beautiful segue. I want to thank Judy again just for teeing us up so perfectly for our next session, where we're going to see it kind of come alive from a slightly different altitude. Public and private sector landowners, solar opportunities and success stories. So let me introduce our panelists. We've got Elizabeth Marshall, UVA Cooper Center with Energy Transition, Dr. Michael Perry, Westmoreland County Public Schools, Michael Town, there is Virginia League of Conservation Voters, and of course, Betsy Arlen from Sun Tribe Solar, who you might remember from Brightfields 2019. Sun Tribe's been another one of these early adopters who've been in the space and help us blazing the trail. And they're plugged in as an official supporter too. So thank you, Sun Tribe, for your support. And we've got another just great group. It would be hard for me to pick my favorite bank of panelists and solar stars, but thank you all for joining. And again, thank you for the work that you're doing behind all this. And I really look forward to seeing your work come alive for everyone here today. So, how is it? Everybody looks good. Everybody hear me okay? And
yeah.
Good. Hey, Elizabeth. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. Take it away.
Okay, great. Thanks. Good afternoon. Welcome to everyone on the call. Thanks for joining us. As Dan said, my name is Elizabeth Marshall. I coordinate the Virginia Solar Initiative at the Weldon Cooper Center for Public Service at UVA. And I'm so pleased to have the opportunity to be your moderator for this session. Today, we're going to sit down with 3 innovators who are working in the solar space in Virginia. Each in their own way are helping to tease out and optimize the opportunities that solar development presents to Virginia landowners and stewards of public land. And they bring unique perspectives in terms of thinking about land as a resource and resource stewardship as it relates to solar. As we've been hearing over the past 2 days, solar development presents the potential to deliver significant benefits across the state, such as injecting tens of millions of dollars into local economies, creating jobs and workforce development, improving equitable access to low-cost energy, improving energy resilience, reducing the progression and impacts of climate change, and of course, transforming brownfields into bright fields. Earlier, we heard that agrivoltaics, or the dual use of land for solar and agriculture, is a promising opportunity for farmers to increase their annual average profits, strengthen resiliency, improve soil health, and strengthen communities and rural economies. And landowners who lease their land for solar may be ensuring a reliable stream of income for themselves or their districts, or preserving the land for future generations or future agricultural uses. That said, the transition to a clean economy is not without challenges and frictions, particularly as it relates to operationalizing state policy and gaining the necessary buy-in that's needed to turn project proposals into projects on the ground. Achieving net zero carbon by mid-century is going to take innovations in policy and project design, unprecedented collaboration across sectors that previously may have worked in tension, and a collective understanding, if not agreement, about the role of solar and how it can be developed in a way that conserves our valuable resources and generates benefits for all. To start, we need to think about what landowners with good solar resources need in order to be confident and able to seize their solar opportunities. So today I'd like to take our panelists on a deep dive into how we can reframe perceived challenges into opportunities, how private landowners and stewards of public resources can maximize and take advantage of solar opportunities they have before them. And we'll do this by focusing our discussion on the role of collaboration, examining some of the unexpected and ancillary benefits of solar development, and walking through some success stories. We encourage the audience to submit questions. I'll try to save some time at the end to address a few, but otherwise they'll get passed on and addressed at the Q&A at the bottom at the end of the day. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our panelists in a little bit more detail. Betsy Arlen, with over 11 years of renewable energy industry experience. Betsy currently serves as Associate Director of Development for Sun Tribe Development, Sun Tribe's provider of large-scale renewable energy solutions. Trained in geography and urban planning by degree, her responsibilities encompass overseeing the company's real estate portfolio, including site acquisitions, outreach, and contract negotiations, along with Sun Tribe's geospatial solutions and data systems. Betsy manages the company's Brightfields initiative, as well as evaluation and origination of new opportunities, where she collaborates with the Sun Tribe team and stakeholders to promote best practices. Betsy is heavily involved with working with landowners, and in essence, she helps people understand what they can do with their property and how to take advantage of their solar opportunity. Through this work, she's gained a deep understanding of how solar projects can be developed to benefit both public and private landowners, while also delivering sometimes even greater benefits to their communities. Mike Town is the executive director of Virginia League of Conservation Voters. Mike joined the League of Conservation Voters in 2014, and in this role, Mike embodies environmental advocacy. He's relentless in finding ways that conservation and preservation can advance in tandem with other systems that are sometimes perceived to be at odds with conservation, and in ways that ultimately reduce carbon and fight climate change. With over 26 years of working with the conservation community under his belt, Mike leverages his experience and unique approach to hold elected officials accountable for their positions on environmental issues and to help build coalitions of significant political influence. And Dr. Peter Gretz, the superintendent of Middlesex County Public Schools. Dr. Gretz is a true innovator in the public sector space. His school division was the first in Virginia to be 100% powered with on-site renewables, and he's been a leader in working with other school divisions throughout Virginia, inviting staff and students for tours of his completed systems and answering questions about how the county and school divisions work together to make ground-mounted solar a reality. This, of course, fits in with his larger role in his advocacy for the Coalition for Small and Rural Schools. And I'd like to offer special thanks to Dr. Gretz, who graciously agreed to fill in for Dr. Perry, who had to withdraw from today's panel at the last minute. So let's see, to kick things off and set the stage for our discussion today, I'd like to give some time to Mike Town to share his thoughts on the realities of the political environment that we're working in right now. Mike, would you like to talk about the role of collaboration and the coalition that made the VCEA possible in 2020? I also invite you to reflect on how now, in the wake of the VCEA and the 2021 General Assembly, policymakers and lobbyists are discussing renewables and how they're approaching clean energy policy in the Commonwealth. I'm curious if you're seeing a shift in attitudes and approaches following the passage of the VCEA.
Sure, thank you. And thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Peter and Betsy, for joining us today. And I feel honored to be on a panel with the two of you, your expertise. Because in many ways, I'm not an expert on any of these issues. I play politics, and so political science is probably the most objective science that there is. It's really just, I don't have to be an expert on solar policy. I don't have to be an expert on local government and how they work and what they need. My job is to try to figure out where the nexus is between the different stakeholders at the table and how we can maximize what we get accomplished through the legislature. And that's a really important piece when you come to thinking about the Clean Economy Act. Some of us can make the argument that the Clean Economy Act is one of the strongest climate action electrification, electricity plans in the country. And in fact, Virginia went from one of the worst states on climate action to one of the top states in climate action with the passage of the Clean Economy Act, and then this year with our vehicle electrification package. To other people, it's not enough. We haven't gone nearly as far as we need to go. And I think that both points of view are correct. There are many that are very afraid of what does this mean? Oh my God, what have we done? We have turned Virginia into the next California or New York or Connecticut. And I think that those fears and concerns and worries are also legitimate, and they cannot be ignored. And so when we're working to when we were working to put that legislation together, there were some dynamics that were very new to Virginia. One is groups like mine actually had power and influence. We've in the 26 years I've been doing this work, much of my work has been trying to convince policymakers that conservation, climate action, environmental protection were legitimate concerns that they had to take seriously. And we were often defending against bad policy, or what we perceive to be bad policy. Now we're in a position where we actually get to write good policy and to work to pass it. And there comes a responsibility of governing on top of that. You can't just have a good idea and turn it into law. you policymakers are relying on you to write that good idea in a way that is actually going to be workable. And I don't have to turn on any power plant. I don't have to make sure electrons move across any power line. I don't have to make sure that I have buy-in from any community when I decide to build something. You all have to do that. Power companies have to do that. Local governments have to do that. So we had to work with a broad range of stakeholders in order to craft the Clean Economy Act in a way that worked for us, worked for the other stakeholders that would have to implement it, and satisfied politicians that it was good enough for them and it was going to meet their sometimes selfish and individualized needs as a politician. And so I guess my point here is that it's not perfect policy because it wasn't perfect politics, but we did the best that we could. And I think that a piece of that is also that this is probably the biggest bill that we're going to pass addressing climate change in Virginia, and at least from the electricity sector. It may be one of the most comprehensive piece of legislation that addresses especially utility scale solar policy, as well as some distributed solar policy. It is definitely not the last bill. And there's going to have to be, we are going to have to continue to pass policy changes beyond this. But the only way it was possible is with collaboration. And we knew early on going into the 2020 legislative session that the only way we were going to be successful is if we could not just make the environmental case or the climate change case that this was really important legislation, but we could actually make the industry case and the business case, that this was going to be a job creator, that it was going to be good for the economy. And one of a few of us in the environmental community look at climate change and say we have to do everything possible to address climate change. Some of us, and I think I'm one that falls into this boat, says we have to do everything that we possibly can that others want to emulate and model after. Because if Virginia had 0 carbon emissions and industry and businesses were fleeing the state and we had rolling blackouts, nobody would want to do anything else that we were doing. And the global temperature would just keep going up because Virginia can't solve climate change on its own. So we had to have policies, and we have to implement policies that others want to emulate, other states will want to follow, the nation will want to follow, other nations will want to follow, so we can actually make a global impact. And so that was one of the mindsets that we had. And that meant we had to work with utilities, sometimes our biggest foes. I don't think it's any surprise that environmental groups like mine and Dominion Energy are often at odds. We had to sit at the table together and work out deals. We had to make sure that local governments were going to be able to implement these policies. And we definitely worked closely hand in glove with the solar industry, the wind industry, both small players, utility scale players, folks that were all through the solar industry, the energy efficiency community, to make sure that these were the policies that were going to create the biggest bang for the buck on the ground. And we also had to address issues and concerns and worries from other environmental and conservation partners that were worried that if we went too far, what does that mean for conserving land, protecting view sheds, making sure that any offshore wind facility or onshore wind facility wasn't going to be destructive to the environment. So that was the mindset that we took. And I think, just to conclude, I think we did a pretty good job. And I think that the solar industry is about to explode. But 4th in the country last year in development, before the VCEA finally kicks in, I think we're going to see a much greater impact. We have to be responsible. We're going to have to come in and fine tune these laws. We're going to have to build off of them, figure out what isn't quite working right, and go from there. But I think we have a really good head start, and Virginia is becoming a model for the nation on how we address climate change and build a solar industry.
Great. Thank you so much, Mike. I liked what you said about the importance of being a model and being a state that others will want to emulate if we want to see the adoption of solar and renewable energy progress. And so on that topic of collaboration, Betsy, I imagine that partnerships are tremendously important when you're working to bridge the gap between landowner interests and benefits to the greater public when you're working on a project. So can you tell us about your experience with fostering collaboration between landowners, developers, localities, in order to maximize and take advantage of solar opportunities? And along with that, what types of questions are you hearing? What kind of concerns are you hearing? And do you have examples of of how a project addressed those concerns in a way that may have created a greater benefit or outcome.
Yeah, thanks, Elizabeth. It's really great to join you and be alongside with Mike and Dr. Gretz for this discussion. So thank you very much. Lots of voices speaking in this summit, and it's great to be a part of the conversation. Specifically for Sun Tribe, we work with a broad range of landowners and land partners and have the ability to develop both ground mounted and rooftop systems, so we can see things from some different angles. Our position as a developer is to create these solar opportunities, and it's our responsibility, like Mike was saying, we all have that responsibility, but to promote education and cooperation with and between the stakeholders. In the context of collaboration and talking about property owners, whether these projects are on buildings or land, we definitely all know that without the land, there really is no deal, and there's no solar opportunity. So as we begin to layer in the components of projects, the landowner, the projects become really complex, and the landowner is rooted right there as a foundational aspect of them. And as I think about it, the collaborative environment exists in Virginia even before we engage with landowners. It's reflected through all of the various inputs and suggestions regarding citing best practices. Like Judy was talking about, looking at state and government agencies through the applications like Conserve Virginia, through publications like the American Battlefield Trust recently put out, trade organizations such as SIA, local governments through ordinances. The collaboration's already happening before we've even engaged with landowners and talking through those opportunities. As we move forward, we view property owners as key partners in these opportunities. Some are really active in their communities. Some are simply investors and paying taxes. Some are generating revenue for the communities through businesses, but it's their decision that to really embrace the diversification of land use on their property through solar, or to add solar as use on their property, that's really creating these successful projects. The collaboration and the long-term partnerships are formed because these solar opportunities and solar developments are long-term assets. There's so much more information often than not out there, and there are a lot of questions from landowners. So the collaboration from the beginning of the process with landowners really ensures that everybody's on the same page, and then they will be for many years to come down the road. It's really it's a privilege to be able to help develop these projects and to create a sustainable future, to contribute to Virginia's clean economy, and working together to figure out the best solutions is something that we can all do. I talk to a lot of local governments, I talk to private entities, I talk to folks who are fifth generation landowners, and the most important thing that we have to consider during these conversations is that their questions are answered, their concerns are addressed, that they understand how this process really works, and that they really understand the benefits. I think looping back to the collaboration aspect, a really important factor, following up on, benefits that we see and what do we do, how do we work with landowners as we are moving into a really flourishing solar environment in Virginia. We are seeing a lot of landowners care more and more about the impact that not only solar will have on their property, but what impact will solar have on the community. And they want to provide a platform to benefit the community. So we have landowners engaging with the community. We have tools that have been given to us through bills such as House Bill 1675 and siting agreements that really allow us to provide added added benefit into what we're doing as solar developers. Long story short, I think when we've gone in and done the work ahead of time and really collaborated and worked with communities, that's when we're seeing success in our projects.
Wonderful. Thank you, Betsy. On the topic of greater community benefits, I'd like to bring in Dr. Gretz. Middlesex is leading the way in Virginia. And as I mentioned earlier, the first school whose electricity needs have been 100% met by on-site solar since, I think, December 2019. And I've been told that representatives from almost over 20 different school districts have contacted you for tours of your solar installations. And by and large, the project is considered to be a model and to be a success. And so I was wondering if you could please tell us a little bit about how these projects came to be and how did collaboration play a role? I invite you to reflect on any concerns that were raised during the process, either on the part of leadership or the public, parents, and how are those concerns addressed and how are they perceived now? I mean, you're over a year out, projects have been operational, and so I assume that you're in a good position to reflect on, what kind of unexpected benefits have come as a result of this project.
Well, thanks very much, Elizabeth. I'm really delighted to be here, and also just quickly want to echo the comments that Mike and Betsy made about being honored to be a part of this. I'm certainly honored to be speaking in place of my very good friend and mentor, Dr. Perry. I'll also share with you that he's an avid Dallas Cowboys fan and I'm a Steelers fan. So I take this opportunity very seriously to stand in his way. In all seriousness, I love talking about this project. I've done a lot of work in schools. Prior to coming to Middlesex, I was in another small rural division in Virginia in charge of the capital planning and the capital work that was done, renovations and additions and new construction. And by far, this project is the most positive and the most rewarding and just inspiring that I've ever been a part of. So I love talking about it, as much because of the project and the tangible and intangible benefits that we've seen in our community and school division, and also just a wonderful partnership that we have with Sun Tribe. I guess I'll just begin very quickly. I'll tell you that we had maybe a perfect storm of circumstances that came together to give us the momentum to begin seeking a project. We had some sentiment in our local governing body. Essentially, there was one person who had just put some solar panels over his boat dock, and he was very enamored with the idea that there might be a potential for a project that could benefit the community, either on the county side or the school side. And so I think he kept bringing it up enough that in a local government meeting, several of us were just asked to get together, school side, community side, and we put together a little task force to begin a feasibility study to see, is there the potential for some project in Middlesex County? If you aren't familiar with Middlesex, we're exactly an hour east of Richmond, Virginia. We're right on the coast. We're a peninsula, so we're surrounded by the Piankatank and Rappahannock rivers, and then on the end, the Chesapeake Bay. Very small, very rural, a lot of agricultural land, 3 schools. So we began this process, and I think probably with 3 main goals in mind. One was certainly the potential for financial benefit through avoided cost. We understood that a power purchase agreement would enable us to enter into an agreement that would fix a rate for us over time and potentially be very beneficial as the cost of traditional power went up and our rate did not. Real quickly, I'll tell you one of the biggest hurdles I think that we all had to get over, and I'll put myself in this boat too, was that type of agreement could come to a school division at no cost, literally no cost, not a back-ended cost, not a future cost, just simply it was free. And there are not many people that work in schools that have ever experienced that. And so at the end of each month of this feasibility study, we would kind of look at ourselves. And this was representatives from the county administration, school operations. We had parents involved, We had representative from the solar industry and the private sector. And we would all look at ourselves and just think, gosh, this seems like a no-brainer. Why wouldn't we do this? There have to be something that we're missing. And so we go back out and we do more research. We went to Charlottesville where there was a couple of roof mount projects on schools, and we crawled around on the roof and we asked all kinds of questions and we modeled different scenarios. And again, at the end of the day, I'd say about 8 months, we really just couldn't understand why we wouldn't do this. The picture behind me in my background is a small portion of the first phase of 2 phases of the project. This one behind me was done on land behind our elementary school, and it fully powered that elementary school and a middle school that was a few hundred yards away. We turned that on in August of 2018, and pretty much instantly we were able to see the avoided cost as the cost of traditional power went up twice just in that year. We were able to avoid almost $50,000 in costs that we just pumped right back into our local budget. That was just an immediate tangible savings. The process with Sun Tribe and with our ongoing relationship with them was so positive that our school board asked me to pursue a second phase that would power our high school, which we did. And that came not on our own property, but on some property behind the school that was leased to support powering that entire facility. And that was turned on about a year later in December of 2019. I think I'm approaching my time, Elizabeth, but real quickly, I get long-winded about this because I'm really excited about it. So the first thing was, of the 3, we're looking at the potential for financial savings. Certainly another motivator was the ability to be good stewards of the resources in the county, and certainly the natural resources, and to be responsible users of that, consumers, if you will. And then the third, which I'm really excited about, and I know I don't even have time to go into this right now, but that was the immediate hands-on benefit for kids and teachers to have access to such a wonderful example of the science that they're learning, not to mention student access to an emerging, rapidly emerging, one of the fastest career fields. When Virginia made such a turn towards exposing students to career awareness and hands-on learning based in work-based experience and work-based learning experiences in a place that doesn't have basically a very rural beach community, doesn't have a lot of those opportunities, we now have it right in our backyard. Our students were able to get involved. We're able to do time-lapse videos of the installation. And again, I have a ton more to say about that part, but in essence, we now have a project that's expected to save us over $4.7 million over the next 20 years. That's unbelievable for a community like ours that relies very heavily on local funding to support its schools. We were able to say to our community, we're literally doing everything we can to not only be responsible, but to save and avoid costs. It's been a fantastic project. Thanks for letting me talk about it today.
Of course, thank you for sharing. I can tell you it's a really exciting project that you're passionate about. It's great. So I want to, keeping on the theme of benefits, bonus benefits, I'd like to invite Mike and then Betsy to share that, when you think about solar at all scales, what are some of the biggest benefits and opportunities that you see? And maybe go beyond the obvious, like what are some of the unexpected or ancillary benefits that you've seen come from collaborative policymaking and solar development?
Yeah, glad to. This is something I get excited about too, because our politics today, there's a lot of complaining in politics. There's a lot of finger pointing, and there's a lot of hyperbole. And we're always, I think on the environmental side, there's always this tension in the, for the 25 years I've been doing this work prior to this, of it's either the economy or the environment. You have to pick one or the other. And climate change is a big global crisis. And of course, we come from the perspective of we have to address that crisis. And here's a way that we can actually address that crisis without having to choose the environment or the economy. that we can actually build economy through climate action. That feels really good as an environmental advocate. In fact, it's funny in the energy sector, especially, we have big, huge monopoly companies that control everything. That's not capitalism. And not only is it not capitalism, but how many of you all work for or could individually build a nuclear power plant or a coal-fired power plant or a natural, combined cycle natural gas plant? Not many, but most of us could be in part of the solution when it comes to renewable energy. All of us could be when it comes to solar. And so that idea of capitalism and building economy and innovation and creativity while also solving a big global crisis, that really inspires me and keeps me going. We got a question in the chat about like what is coming up, and I think this kind of answers that question too. We have changed the paradigm in Virginia. It's no longer is climate change real? We're going to do anything about it. It's no longer fossil fuels versus renewable energy. Now we've completely changed that conversation. Now the conversation is, how do we do this well? How do we do this right? So we have been transformative in the policy making has been transformative to completely change the conversation that we're having. And that's where we're headed now. And that feels really good too, because now we're going to implement laws that we've passed. We're going to find out what works and what doesn't. And we're going to have to do some housekeeping. We're going to have to figure out how can we tweak this or that to make it work better? Where are there unintended consequences that we're going to have to fix? We're going to have to look at rate making. How do we deal with our utility sector and make it like time of use rates, which can help with both solar deployment, but also with electrification of vehicle electrification. But then there's also challenges. We have to be ready to address these challenges. And I think the land use challenges are really important. And so one of the things that the pandemic has done for us, strangely a positive, is I think it has made communication much more valuable and much more transparent, where we can actually, or the potential to be more transparent. We can communicate with each other across the Commonwealth at a given moment. We don't have to drive to go meet in person. And that's become normal. It also means that there are people that aren't in this conversation that probably deserve to know what we're doing. And so the thing that I think that is really important for the solar community to understand is that, I know there is a fear that somebody's going to complain or yell or not understand what it is that you're trying to do. And that is all true. You are better off letting them know early than later. If you deal with those problems earlier and you're transparent, you're going to be able to work beyond that through the collaboration, because you have more partners and more people that support what you're trying to do. And you can be more flexible to try to figure out how to resolve those issues. Because I think these land use issues, that's where we get people really passionate about their home, their community, and addressing those are going to be really important. And hitting them head on instead of trying to skirt around them, I think is going to end up for better solutions. Because the political realm, those concerns are going to reach the politicians too. They already are. And if elections go one way or the other, if they go a different way, then that means that those are going to be where we're going to see some clamping down on the industry. And we need to be sure we're ahead of that before it happens.
Thanks, Betsy.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on Mike talking about, the opportunity for jobs and the benefits that solar is bringing in jobs. I'm, again, fortunate enough to be in this industry and able to speak today because of these opportunities. Landowner specific, I'm thinking about specific benefits, and they really depend on what type of landowner is thinking about solar, whether it's a family landowner or municipality. I think the one thing that the communities are starting to see is as understanding the real value that solar can provide, the real benefit. One example with having Dr. Gretz on is that public sector landowners have a chance to collaborate with and learn from other local governments. So you're now starting to open up the conversation between governments in a way that really encourages communication. He gave the example of their community reached out to learn how this worked, and now they're recognizing that they're the ones people are going to. So it's definitely a give and take scenario. Another benefit would be for private landowners that families are able really to keep their land, which in rural communities is very important. On property that's been in a family for generations, solar is providing the opportunity for the land to rest and restore while creating revenue to pay taxes and keeping that land in the family. We have a lot of partners that this is the key reason that they're getting involved in solar industry, because they're looking for ways to maintain their land. Another benefit we've been talking about in this conference is that a perfect example about previously disturbed lands. What better benefit for a landowner is to find a second and third use for their property that has already been disturbed. It's not just about the solar, the innovations through like pollinators and abandoned mine land. It's not just about the panels. It's really what's going underneath them. How are we changing the landscape in a way that is preserving the ecological diversity and other benefits through solar. So it's a continuous cycle of benefits.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that there's been tremendous growth in the solar industry in the past several years, and as you alluded to, there's innovation taking place in terms of how we can develop these projects in ways that spur multiple benefits beyond just the energy that's being generated. So Betsy, in your work at SunTribe's been at the vanguard in furthering solar development in Virginia. But can you speak to how you have used innovative approaches and practices to maximize benefits, or even to address frictions or concerns that may have been raised along the way? Maybe speak to a specific project that comes to mind.
Yeah, no, I think, as we're looking at brownfields and brightfields, looking at projects that are win-wins for the community, win-wins for the landowner and everyone involved, taking the opportunity to develop an abandoned mine land site in the Mineral Gap Data Center, taking a piece of property that does have some issues and being able to provide solar for a data center would be an innovative approach. I think talking about a project under development in Martinsville, in Henry County, in Martinsville, you have a site that was owned by DuPont. It was a former nylon factory in the 1940s and was operating with some solid waste disposal on site through a permit. And as that continued and the employees of DuPont wanted to have some extra services, that DuPont they created a golf course on site, which was surrounding these solid waste management units. And in the late 90s, when the factory stopped, the golf course obviously just sat there. And today a site's being developed using that landscape, working around the solid waste management units, working with the environmental covenant to reuse the land. So taking those approaches to development is definitely something that we as a community of developers should be looking at.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the clock here. We've got about 10 minutes left. And so as we're nearing the end of this session, I'd like for us to look to the future. And solar, must continue to grow in order for our state to meet clean energy goals, And to do this, private and public landowners have to be confident that using their land for solar is a smart move, like you said, for themselves and for their communities. So how, in your opinion, can stakeholders and developers push to ensure that solar is well done and that it's perceived as an asset by the communities in which the projects are being proposed or built. Are there examples of policies or characteristics or aspects of projects that have been done really well and hit the high notes in terms of helping to maximize solar opportunities and benefits? I'll invite Mike to answer first.
Yeah, you know, maybe a decade ago or so, I was working in the environmental community to try to come up with siting guidelines for wind energy. And I was talking to not wind developers, but to environmentalists, because there were environmentalists that were like, must build windmills now. Then there were environmentalists that were like, over my dead body, or over stacks of birds, you know, bats, dead bodies. And so we had this problem in the community where there were pro-wind and anti-wind activists. They still exist, but we've done a good job of making sure that the goals are, I think, we're more united. That is a story that is hyperbolic in solar, but it's not separate. And so when we're looking at the solar industry, there are going to be disadvantages in certain locations. There are going to be disadvantages in certain communities. There are impacts. To assume that a solar facility is only good and that there are no impacts, I think is foolhardy. And so I think we have to be honest about what the impacts are and talk about the positives, definitely, but listen really carefully to when people express their concerns and their fears and their worries, because those are honest. They might not be accurate. They might not be worthwhile of overcoming or overwhelming the positives, but they are still honest concerns. And I think we do folks and ourselves a service by listening and trying to address them to the best of our ability. So that I think is just really an important component moving forward, and one that we can learn, you know, as somebody who's also, you know, working on environmental justice policies. This is where, you know, when you talk about justice, listening is probably the most important characteristic. This is somebody who's, you know, the government could do a better job of listening to a community. I think as a developer, if you want to have a successful industry, you have to listen to the communities that you're building in, have to listen to the landowners and what their wants and goals are of their own. And the more we do that, the better we're going to succeed. The more solar there's going to be, and the more solar there is going to continue to be, because we're all, as our communities are excited and happy and see the benefits and see that they outweigh any disadvantages that are there.
Dr. Gretz, would you like to reflect on if you have any characteristics or aspects of your project that you think really hit the high notes and help maximize solar opportunity and benefits? I know that you had work groups, right, that were part of your development process in which you really listened to the concerns of the public. And I'm wondering if anything came out of that really informed some of the design aspects of your project.
Yeah, thank you. So we did have a lot of stakeholder input, not just leading up to the procurement, but even after we partnered with Sun Tribe during the installation and ongoing. We continued to do a lot of education in our community. I think one of the challenges up front in a very small, rural, more, I don't know if traditional is the right word, place, is just people tend to be a little bit distrustful of things like this. They don't know a lot about it. And so we've tried to really educate our community. And one of the most exciting ways that organically happened, am I allowed to share my screen very quickly? Are you okay if I do that? It looks like I'm able to.
You should be able to.
Yeah, okay. I didn't want to go rogue and start doing something I'm not supposed to do. So this is a picture of some displays that were done by. This is right outside the project that's behind our elementary school. So we had a graduating senior who wanted to do a project to get his Eagle Scout qualification. So he designed several of these really nice displays, had them professionally done. We mounted them outside of there. And our classes go out there routinely to use these. They basically describe visually and narratively the process of what's happening with the science behind those displays. And if you can think in a small community of the different people who might have gotten involved, even indirectly, with understanding what's going on behind the elementary school, who otherwise wouldn't have, just through this one student going through the process of getting this approved to be an Eagle Scout project. This is another, I love this picture. This is a kindergarten class. You may know that in Virginia, kindergarten, second grade, this is part of their curriculum. They typically go into the, if the weather permits, they typically build little cardboard ovens, solar ovens, and they'll cook like a piece of pizza, you know. Look at what these guys have access to in terms of what they can go out using curriculum that was provided to us through a grant that Sun Tribe got on our behalf. This is a kindergarten class, and I love to tell this story because I was out there when one of these kids put 2 and 2 together and understood as the clouds went over those panels, the inverters, which are pretty quiet to begin with, but you can hear them, the inverters slowed down. And then the clouds went over and they came back up, and they just understood, you know, in a very tangible way what was happening with the science. This has been one of the most powerful ways that we've been able to propagate what's going on back there with our community and open doors to have other conversations about the other benefits, certainly the financial ones too. I feel like I'm taking too much time. Thanks for indulging that.
That's fantastic. The pictures are wonderful. They really are. Let's see. Well, Betsy, do you have any like final examples or comments that you'd like to offer?
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the you know, actually looking at the community impacts that we can all learn from going forward from Dr. Gretz. So, you know, thinking about what Mike said about listening to others and making sure we're finding ways to reduce impacts as we're working with landowners and working with different types of land is really important as our market is growing daily, like we saw yesterday through graphs and heard today in the opening remarks, the number of projects under construction and development. We really just need to look at each site as unique. Every landscape is special. Every landowner is unique and special, and the same goes for every community. Definitely fortunate here in Virginia to have public and private sector leaders working to make resources available to help educate landowners and provide the path forward towards good stewardship, like Weldon Cooper and Nature Conservancy and Appalachian Voices. You know, the list can go on and on. It's great to have that support from the community.
Elizabeth, can I add one additional thing there?
Please.
So I think Betsy and Sun Tribe is a successful company because they do a great job in the work with the landowner and with the community. Peter said something I think that's just really important, that the public isn't necessarily where we are. Like, they don't know. So like when you ask any of your neighbors, where does your electricity come from? They don't know if it comes from solar or nuclear or coal or wherever. They just know that it comes from the power line. And like, that's their understanding of how electricity works. And so I think we have to remember to start where they are and explain to them what it is that we're doing, why we're doing it, what the benefits are, what the challenges are, what are the goals. So just remembering that most of the public is really ignorant on these issues compared to the rest of us. And if we forget that piece, we often can get blindsided by their concerns and arguments.
I've asked for a better closing statement, and we're at time. So thank you, Mike and Betsy and Dr. Gretz for joining us today on this panel. It's been fantastic. Thank you to our hosts and our sponsors and our organizers who made this event possible. I appreciate everyone's willingness to share your experiences and perspectives with us today. And hopefully we'll take away from this the need for continued collaboration and dialogue so that we can continue to advance solar development in Virginia. Thank you all.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Great job. And thank you for finishing on time. We can continue the dialogue right now, but after I announce this soft break, we encourage everyone, you guys stick around. There's some bonus questions for Mike and Betsy. I have questions for the next 10 minutes, unless they have to stand up, and feel free to do so. But if you want to take a break, go ahead. We're going to come back with the next session at the top of the hour. But I just heard so many things that I want to respond to. Holy cow, really great job. I heard so much passion and candor from all of you. I think, you've delivered a very, very important session with a lot of key remarks. And like Mike, you spoke to so many important things. You actually, I had quoted Felicia in our last session, Felicia Fred with Draper Aiden, to meet people where they are and the importance of that. And my mom bred Labradors, and I grew up training dogs and helping out on horse farms. And I can tell you, you can't really force an animal to just suddenly understand what you want it to do. I had a cousin one time that tried to like shove a dog's head down on the ground. It's like that. He just freaks out when you do that. Just tap the ground a couple of times. And the dog's like, what's down on the ground? So it really is about getting to that person right where they are to help them bridge to the next step and the next step. And there's certainly some art to that, and it should be a focal point. And we can't take it for granted because, the dog won't figure it out. And I'm sorry, carbon-based life forms will not figure it out. I'm not trying to disparage all my human brothers and sisters out there. But anyway, so I think that's really important, these honest concerns. And I want to apologize to Dr. Gretz. I dropped the note. We really appreciate you plugging in at late in the game, but you're obviously just showcasing the work that you're doing, and I'm really glad that you're where you are, and the work that you've done is incredible. You speak so well to it. I was a Boy Scout. My dad was an Eagle Scout, and you got me thinking about Solar Scouts now. So great job, Mike. Let me come back. I guess you guys got me really excited. Can you tell? Do you think it's getting easier, to convince people? Like it's becoming so clear now, and like I'm really excited for what the situation in Virginia that's manifesting because of all the policy, and now we've got projects, and it's really becoming real. And so do you feel like we're on the downward slope, or do we still have a lot of work to do just at the highest level to get buy-in on solar?
It's a really good question. I mean, I think our distributed generation laws, I think, are still lacking. That there are still too many barriers to rooftop solar. And that is a way that you get more community members really understanding the benefits of solar. So I think we still have some work to do on the distributed front. Technology is going to help there too. The marketplace is going to help. But I think from a political standpoint, I almost never have a conversation with anybody anymore about, no, climate change is real. And yes, renewable energy is good. Solar is not that expensive. You could actually, like, those conversations no longer exist because I think some of us as advocates are just taking for granted that people do know what they don't know. And we're just talking over and past that. And so on some of those issues, maybe we aren't starting where people are. We're making the assumption that they do know more. But I think it's actually the marketplace has gone so far that we can do that now. And so I think to answer your question, yeah, we're in good shape. The industry is really poised to explode even further in Virginia. I think that comes with other complications that we have to be prepared for. And I think that's where I close with that. The more solar there is, the more people are going to start asking questions. And we have to know how to answer them and be listening. You're on mute, Dan.
First time I did that, I'm so sorry. I was trying to get Betsy to jump in right on that point, because you guys are in the field answering these questions all the time, and you were blazing this trail. So great to meet you guys in 2018 and 19, queuing up, the first iteration of DEQ's event here. How are you responding to those questions, and is it getting easier now that you've got some success, some beautiful pictures to show people?
Yeah, I would say that, everyone has a different reason for wanting to explore different types of solar opportunity. There's definitely a lot of confusion because there is so much information. So being able to provide answers, like Mike said, and be there and be the experts to help guide and help not only landowners, but communities make responsible choices. ensure we're good land stewards. We've been having the conversations for a long time. There's still skepticism. There's still education to be had. But we need just to be honest throughout the process. Who knows what you're sitting on, if you're sitting on a pot of gold and you don't even know, I think that's the opportunity that we have to look at.
Absolutely. And that's why I'm so appreciative of everything Dr. Gretz had to say, and the little stand-up info sheets out there for the kids. And, seeing those things in the community makes it real. And just these stories of towns. I told a story yesterday of little Amesbury, Massachusetts, that, redeveloped 2 of its little landfills there, and they're selling all the power. And, the people's pocketbook loves that. And so do the people who live in Amesbury. So Dr. Gretz, thanks. Do you have any other, I see, there you are. Yeah, come on in on, add more of that. Do you think the secret is getting out? And as pretty soon, everybody's going to kind of be trying to keep up with the Solar Joneses, so to speak?
That's a great probably way to put it. I do think, just from my perspective as a superintendent, having gone through this and having such a powerful experience, I was able to approach my colleagues with a really authentic, like, you have to do this kind of message. I think we'll probably see in a few years that at least school divisions that haven't done this to scale are going to look really archaic. I mean, it just makes so much sense from all. There's one other thing, and then I was coming on just to tell you guys I really appreciate the opportunity. I've got to run to a 2:00 meeting, but indulge me for 30 seconds. I want to show you one more thing.
Okay, awesome. We have the time. We also have an appointment at the top of the hour.
Okay. So this, all right. So I love this picture. We had the same questions you guys were talking about. We had people that were like, what are you going to do to the natural landscape of this beautiful community? What are these things? What's coming out of them that we don't know is coming out of them? Are we going to be able to get close to them? Are they going to electrocute the kids? Ironically, just all that kind of stuff. But through just the prominence of them in the discussion in our community, you can see, I mean, it's just become a part of the landscape of the school. The kid, it's just as much a part of the kid's experience as that soccer goal is. And it's the same for our parents. So I really think, at least in a small rural place, and what I've seen with my counterparts, it really is just a grassroots kind of word of mouth, I think, about the benefits and the positive benefits. Hey, I really appreciate you guys inviting me to be a part of this. I learned a lot from you all, Mike and Betsy and Elizabeth.
Likewise, we're really glad you could plug in last minute. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter.
Yeah, so 1 minute left. Mike, Betsy, or Elizabeth, I don't know if you're still there. Final brief thoughts. So great. I wish we had more time. We could talk all day about right here at this altitude. No, I think you guys said it all. Go ahead.
There's currently 109 people, or 110 participants, and growing. And
not counting YouTube as well, but go ahead.
And my guess is that 10 years ago, there would not have been anywhere near that number. And my guess is that 5 years from now, there'll be even more. So we're heading in the right direction. The future is bright, and we just have to make sure that we stay focused and keep collaborating. But thank you all for inviting me. I'm real happy to be here.
I have to say thank you as well. It was an honor to be here.
Yeah, thank you both. Honored to participate, and thank you for just all the work you're doing. Keep doing it. And special thanks to Sun Tribe again for blazing this trail and showing folks how it's done. And I'll also just shout out, US EPA, Brownfield, Superfund. They've always put community engagement right up front, and there's a lot of roadmaps for this. A lot of how-tos and helpful diagrams even that you can click around and find on EPA's website, because we're not reinventing the wheel with these things. We've had these kind of questionable properties. People get really nervous about Superfund sites. I've been in some of those meetings, and it's I used to work for the big polluters, as I've mentioned, and people really care about these issues, as they should. As carbon-based life forms on Mother Earth. Anyway, I digress. At the top of the hour, welcome again. Another dynamite hour of the 2021 Virginia Solar Summit. I'm, again, one of your co-hosts, Dan French. Vince Maiden is out there somewhere. Carrie Staten, our unofficial cruise director, and we are cruising past kind of halftime in our robust solar redevelopment extravaganza over the 3 days this week. And we're kind of pivoting. We've got a really nice flow to our program today, and turning to kind of building on everything that Judy Dunscomb had to share, and our last session, and pivoting now into community solar as it's known, but in Virginia, the specific term is shared solar. So put quotes around that. And I want to introduce some of our speakers. I see Miss Carrie Hearne, who has helped organize this session, and actually a lot of our sessions. Her and her folks at DMME have been super helpful plugging into the summit this year. And we've got Mr. Derek Wenger, there he is, hello. Hannah Coman, hello. And let's see, I saw Yesenia as well. My screen's kind of weird here, but I saw Miss Rivera from Solar United Neighbors. And yeah, hey Carrie, do you want to introduce everybody?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, come on in.
I'm just so inspired today by all of these conversations, and it's so comforting for me in particular. I think personally, coming from the state energy office and having worked on solar for the past 18 months and continuing to work on solar, that we have this huge community out there that are, filling in the gaps and working at all of these different angles. So I'm just so appreciative, and, shout outs to everyone who's also joining us on YouTube and here as well. So thank you for having us. We're going to pivot, like you said, to talk about shared solar. This may be known as community solar in many other parts of the country and the world, but in Virginia, we do things the Virginia way, and so we're calling it shared solar. And there's a little bit of history on that naming convention that we may have time to dig into today. But before we get into it, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our speakers. And myself as well. So again, my name is Carrie Hearne. I am the Associate Director of Energy Equity Programs at the Virginia State Energy Office, the Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy. And I am joined today by a really wonderful group of experts on this topic. I came to know many of these folks through the stakeholder engagement process that we at DMME are co-facilitating with the State Corporation Commission on how this shared solar program develops in Virginia. So the legislation was passed on this program for both shared solar and multifamily shared solar in the 2020 legislative session. And now it is in the State Corporation Commission process around the rulemaking and gathering stakeholder input, in particular around how low-income communities can benefit through shared solar. So in terms of our team, I'm going to ask each of you to turn on your video and come off mute as I say your name, so that people can put a name to the face, or a face to the name. So Charlie Coggeshall, say hello for us.
Yep. Hi, everybody. I'm Charlie Coggeshall. I work with the Coalition for Community Solar Access, which is the trade association representing much of the community solar industry across the country. And I lead the Virginia regulatory work and California work, along with several national initiatives for CCSA.
Excellent. And Charlie is down in the great city of Asheville, North Carolina. I've got lots of family down there. So excellent location in the country. Okay, and then we're going to go to Hannah Coman. I actually work really closely with Hannah on the Clean Energy Advisory Board, which was established to help advise DMME on creating a pilot program for financing solar energy in low to moderate income households across Virginia. And I learned from Hannah's bio that she was a Fulbright scholar in Germany working on renewable energy policy. Hannah, tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. So my name is Hannah Coman. I'm currently Associate General Counsel at Apex Clean Energy here in Charlottesville. And I also then am chair of the Clean Energy Advisory Board, where I work closely with Carrie and a lot of the other people here on the panelists and attendees. Yeah, and I've been interested in renewable energy policy since college, which that's what led me on the Fulbright and then law school. So thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Excellent. Thank you, Hannah. And next we're going to go to Yesenia Rivera, who's the Director of Energy, Equity, and Inclusion with Solar United Neighbors, known as SUN. And SUN has been doing amazing work in Virginia and across the country, helping with the distributed generation and community solar space, and has a great background. So Yesenia, tell us about yourself.
Hi, Carrie. I apologize because my computer decided to act up right now and my camera is not working. So I apologize for that. But yeah, I've been in community development for about 10 years now. I got hooked in law school. I was part of the community development clinic at the University of the District of Columbia. Started working with low to moderate income families across the district. Eventually that led me to solar. Through housing counseling and seeing the effect the foreclosure crisis had on folks, where even if we could save them and get them a mortgage modification, the utility bills were still out of control. And it just led me down this pathway to see what else was there and how we could help. And that's how I got to solar and SUN.
Excellent. We're so glad to have you working on this space in the whole region. So and thank you for taking time today and in the stakeholder process. Okay, so next we'll go to Derek Wenger, who works with Dominion Energy and is doing a lot of efforts around helping Dominion Energy execute on their grid transformation plan. And as a graduate of Christopher Newport University. So Derek, tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Sure, yeah, and thanks again for having me. Looking forward to the discussion. Derek Wenger, I'm a strategic advisor of grid solutions for Dominion Energy. Been involved on the electric distribution side of the business for going on 13 years now. And I spent the last 4 basically focused on small scale renewable energy and distributed generation projects, which doesn't sound like a lot of time, but within that scope of responsibility, when I joined in 2017, we were interconnecting about 40 new net metering installations per month, as compared to about 600 last month. And we seem to break that record just about every month now. So a lot's happened in a short period of time, and I've had the benefit, I think, of focusing in this area to really be a part of the expansion and growth that we've seen. So it's been exciting and even more exciting times ahead, I think.
Yeah, and I think we'll have continued educational opportunities in your space for many months and years to come. I think as this rolls out across the state, people are having more questions and really understanding the nuances of it, and appreciate your work to help educate people to understand how it impacts their bills and how they can interpret all of the details, because there's so much there. So switching from net metering to virtual net metering, as shared solar can be called, let's go ahead and bring up our slides, and I'll turn it over to, I go into Charlie first.
Sure. And should I go ahead and manage the slides? I think that was, is that right? Yeah.
I think that's what we're doing. And
Okay.
We've got Kelsey as a backstop if we have any issues.
Okay. Let's start here.
And Yesenia, I'm sorry, we can't see your beautiful face, but we can hear you.
At least you can hear me. That's the good part.
Yes.
Beautiful voice. You can't see me now.
And while Charlie's bringing this up, I just want to mention that, we've been working with the State Corporation Commission almost going on a year now, maybe since last summer, in providing various recommendations and in the full public process. And as that proceeded, we helped launch a group in December, and then earlier this year we launched this low-income stakeholder work group, which is where a lot of these folks have been contributing. So really appreciate Charlie's efforts in contributing to that group from the Coalition for Community Solar Access. So take it away, Charlie.
Okay, great. So I think, assuming everybody can see the slides now, it says shared solar programs.
Yes.
So you've met thank you, Carrie. You've met the panelists. And what we're going to do is give you kind of an brief overview of just community solar or shared solar in general, and then dive into kind of what it means for Virginia and what sort of programs are getting going as we speak. And I'll give an explanation of one component. Hannah will give an explanation of another component. Yesenia will talk about an aspect of kind of the low income aspect of the shared solar program that I'll be talking about. And then Derek will kind of round it out with giving some of the utility input on project registration and some of the processes around that. So as we're going to talk about it today, shared solar is rooted in the kind of following concept, which I think that this diagram is useful in demonstrating. Participants can buy into a larger solar system, which is typically not located on their property. And then the system sends all of its generation to the grid, which is operated by the utility. And then in turn, the utility provides credits to the customer's electric bill associated with their share, the customer's share of the solar system's generation. And I think it's noteworthy that the uniqueness of shared solar is that it can leverage economies of scale, and larger solar systems are a lot cheaper to build than smaller systems, while also optimizing the location and configuration to maximize solar production. It allows participants to take advantage of those benefits, but maybe more importantly, it allows renters and individuals or businesses that don't own the property or have the right kind of property to host a solar system, or simply don't want to put a solar system on the roof to take part in the cost and benefits of an actual solar system. So because of those benefits, shared solar has been noticed by industry, customers, and decision makers. And it's really become one of the hottest, fastest growing segments of the solar industry, which is saying something. NREL and SEIA estimate that their National Renewable Energy Laboratory and the Solar Energy Industry Association, it's NREL and SEIA, estimate that there are about 2,500 megawatts installed currently, or 2.5 gigawatts, across at least 40 states. And many of these are co-ops and smaller utilities, but the greatest growth over the past several years have been driven by programs through investor-owned utilities, which are typically, they're not always, a product of state policies. And as I've alluded, there are many shapes and sizes for shared solar. The most common term typically used is community solar. However, community distributed generation, solar gardens, shared renewables, and like the other names are out there. And there can be different types. Some markets are entirely led by and owned by utilities, while others are enable third parties and they're community-driven projects to be developed whereby the utility may play a role in receiving the energy and providing the bill credit, but would not be the primary point of contact for a customer that has a share in the project. The latter, which is kind of the more competitive model, I will say, is what kind of CCSA members, my trade association members, are most interested in. And it's also kind of what we're talking about today. The kind of more diverse model that involves third parties, those are the kind of programs that were recently approved in Virginia. So there are two types that we're focusing on in this webinar, two types of shared solar. One, both respond, I should say, by legislation and regulations over the past year. The shared solar program gets underway this summer on July 1st with the opportunity for subscriber organizations to apply for licenses and submit project registration applications. That said, Dominion will still need to complete a customer information platform before customers can actually enroll. So you or whomever, if you're a customer, might not actually see kind of these projects and this program kind of in real life operating for another year or two. Dominion has until July 2023 to kind of provide that community solar platform or customer platform, or the program will just start enrolling customers regardless. The multifamily shared solar program gets fully underway this July 2020. It doesn't have kind of additional steps involved that might sort of slow it down. Technically, it could be off and running, as soon as this summer. Importantly, these should not be confused with Virginia's community solar pilot program, which are or will be utility-led programs from Dominion and Appalachian Power. It's also separate from electric co-ops, which can and have been established in Virginia. And I can't give you much details on those other programs other than to say that they exist, and they're not what we're kind of focused on today. So briefly, I'll talk about the basics of the shared solar program. So this is not the multifamily shared program, it's the shared solar program. So this is only going to be offered in Dominion Energy territory. The program is initially limited to 150 megawatts, but can and will be increased by another 50 megawatts once it meets its low-income participation target. As a kind of reference point, one estimate, or at least by one estimate, about 110 homes could be powered by a megawatt. So if all 200 megawatts get built, it could be enough to meet the energy supply needs of about 22,000 homes. The actual number could vary depending on the subscription size of the customer. The shared solar program caps project sizes at 5,000 kilowatts or 5 megawatts on an individual parcel of land. So there could actually be a grouping of projects on a parcel of land as long as it doesn't add up to 5 megawatts or exceed 5 megawatts, or a single project on a parcel of land up to 5 megawatts. It also needs to be on the transmission system. So these are not kind of, utility transmission level interconnected projects. Importantly, the capacity of the project cannot all go to one large commercial customer. At least 40% must be set aside for small subscription sizes of 25 kilowatts or less. 25 kilowatts is typically about the size of a small commercial entity. Residential customers are typically about 10 kilowatts or less. In addition, 30% of project capacity must go toward low-income customers, which will be discussed more by Yesenia in the next slide. The primary kind of program economic elements are a minimum bill and a credit rate. The minimum bill is currently in the process of being determined. It's something that a subscriber will need to pay to the utility, Dominion, in order to participate in the program. The intent behind this is to cover some of the costs of the program or of the utility's operations or infrastructure that the customer would otherwise be avoiding due to receiving the bill credits. The bill credit rate is essentially the retail rate for the respective customer. What's not really provided here in this slide are the subscription costs, which would be determined between the subscriber organization and the customer. And there's a lot of different ways that those kind of relationships work, and we can maybe talk about this more during the Q&A. But the most common kind of business model typically involves a contract between a subscriber organization and the customer, whereby the customer passes back a portion of the bill credit rate to the subscriber organization while keeping the remaining portion as a savings that can be applied against their electricity costs. And again, we can talk more about that during the Q&A portion. So now I'm going to pass it over to Yesenia to talk about the low-income portion, which, as I mentioned, comprises 30% of every project's capacity, which is significant for any program, but really is one of the leading kind of most ambitious, I'd say, requirements on the low-income front for community solar in the country.
Thank you, Charlie.
Give it to you, Yesenia.
Thanks. So as Charlie mentioned, there is a low-income participation component to the Share Solar program. And what do we mean by low income? So who qualifies? In this case, any person or household in Dominion territory that earns 80% or less of the area median income. And that's going to vary by region, county, city. So for example, a family of 4 lives in Richmond qualifies if they earn $71,500 a year or less, but a family of 4 that lives in Norfolk would qualify only if they earn less than $66,000 a year. So, and it depends on the number of people in the household and where you are. Second, there's also a requirement or an exception for low-income service organizations. And these are organizations or groups that are non-residential utility customers and serve, or their mission is to serve low-income individuals and families. So if they're in a low-income census tract, or their primary consumers or clients are low to moderate income families, they would qualify for the LMI exception to the minimum bill requirement. Now, why share solar? Why the focus on low income? 34% of Virginia households are renters. 10% of the state lives in poverty. And that means that the energy burdens for renters, for low-income families, is quite significant. For example, a family that lives at around 100% AMI only has a 2% energy burden, where if you look at the other end of the spectrum, you look at families that live between the 0 and 30% AMI, their energy burden is 17%. This program can help eliminate barriers to access solar. You don't need to be a homeowner. And even if you are a homeowner, if your roof is not good enough for solar because it's not in good condition, because you live in a shaded neighborhood, you can still benefit from solar energy. And with that kind of energy burden, it's very important that we create more mechanisms to access, to take down these barriers so that folks can actually start seeing some savings in their bill and reduce that energy burden. Because 30% of the program's capacity is set aside specifically for low-income households, we can see that it's going to make a difference, or we hope that it's going to make a difference in their bills and help them start save, so they don't have to be choosing between paying their electric bill, putting food on the table, trying to jump between the mortgage or the rent and the utility bills. Thankfully, there's no minimum solar bill for the low-income households. So even if they participate in the program, they're not subjected to the minimum bill that Dominion is going to impose on market rate customers. It does create a pathway for these low-income households to access and benefit from solar energy like everyone else. One of the biggest criticisms of this transition to solar is that so far not everyone has access to solar. The SHARE program is looking to change that dynamic, to make sure that regardless of your homeownership status, regardless of whether you can financially afford it or not, you can have access and benefit from solar energy. For low-income organizations or organizations serving low-income households, this can be very important because those extra savings mean that they can actually offer maybe some more after-school programs. They can increase the range of their food pantry. They can actually serve more folks with those savings. So at the end of the day, we're hoping that this puts us on the path to equity and make sure that in this transition to solar and this transition to clean energy, we're making sure it's a just and equitable transition. And I'm going to hand it over to Hannah.
Thanks, Yesenia. Charlie, can you, thanks. So I'm going to talk about the multifamily shared solar program. And again, just kind of go over the basics. Charlie talked about the shared solar program, and this is the multifamily shared solar program, which was passed through legislation, separate legislation from the shared solar program, but the same year. So the multifamily shared solar program will be open in Dominion's territory and in far southwestern and in the far southwestern part of the state, in which Kentucky Utility operates under the name of Old Dominion Power, which I refer to as ODP. So it will only be open to Dominion and ODP customers who live in multifamily housing, such as apartments or condos. And the solar facility needs to be developed on the premises of or adjacent to those customers. So it's essentially on-site solar, and that is a big difference between the multifamily shared solar program and the shared solar program. So if you live in an apartment building and a solar developer reaches an agreement with the owner of that property and they build a solar facility, you can then subscribe for the electricity generated from that facility. At least 3 subscribers from your building must also sign up. So, sorry, 3 inclusive of you. So 2 others. And you cannot subscribe for more than the number of kilowatt hours that you would use on an average annual basis. So based on the previous year. In terms of program size, there's no cap, which is great. But of course, there are kind of certain requirements that limit how many projects could be established. The facility cannot be larger than 3,000 kilowatts at a single location, and 5,000 kilowatts at contiguous locations owned by the same entity. Again, it has to be at the premises or adjacent to the multifamily building, and it has to be connected to the distribution system. For the also for the participant requirement, one real big difference between the multifamily and the shared solar program is that the multifamily doesn't have a low income participation carve out. So we don't have that 30% or the low income eligibility. But the idea would be that this would still be economically viable for people and would save people money on their bills. So although it's not specifically focused on low income customers, I think that it could be very attractive to low income customers if, again, it shows economic savings. And just to point out kind of where this program is available is in Dominion's territory in far southwestern Virginia, and the poverty rates in far southwestern Virginia are relatively high compared to the rest of the state. So I think this is going to be a very important program. Most of the attention, though, has been on the shared solar program that's just in Dominion's territory. This multifamily shared solar program may be a bit tougher to get going because of the size requirements and the fact that it has to be on the premises. It just makes it more complicated for the siting and the interconnection, and you have to work with a lot of different parties that have different interests. So it's going to require organization of the people living in the multifamily facility, as well as the property owner, the subscriber organization, solar developer, and the utility. That's going to be a lot of work, but I think it can be done. The process just may take some time. And again, going down to the economics, I mentioned that the economics should result in savings for the customers. The legislation and the final regulations state that there will be an administrative charge that will be determined by the commission based on the incremental costs of administering the program. And then there will also be an applicable bill credit rate that will be determined by the commission. And the legislation states that that bill credit shall be set such that the shared solar program results in robust project development and shared solar program access for all customer classes. So the commission right now hasn't set forth what these charges or the bill credits will be. Hopefully that will come soon. It's hard to know, this project, like Charlie says, opens up this summer. And so we'll have to figure out the economics in order to kind of get this up and running. So hopefully the commission will address this soon. I'll pass it now off to Derek, who's going to talk about Dominion's perspective.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah. I was going to talk a little bit about the registration process for any qualifying facilities and just how that kind of starts and then finishes with respect to the project reaching commercial operation, generating power, and subsequent credits to subscribers of the program. So first off, from a project registration perspective, it should say each subscriber organization. I just noticed that prior to the meeting, but effectively the solar developer or an administrative partner that solar developer may be working with pursuant to the program will submit an interconnection request very much as they would today for a small generator interconnect project, whether it was in participating in this program or not. So that interconnection application process will look and feel much the same. There are just obviously a couple additional steps to ensure that the capacity of that facility is truly awarded and recorded for public viewing for participation in this program, just given the requirements of the program that the panel has already discussed. So what that will include really is just the subscriber organization, providing their entity name and who they're doing business as, and proof of license to do business pursuant to this program, and the rulemaking process and the rules adopted by the commission that Carrie mentioned on the top of this call kind of lay out what that process looks like. Obviously, the facility name and location, just so that it's very clear what project we're talking about, and where the facility will be located, so that the company can ensure that any production from that facility corresponds to the credits that will be administered. And then finally, a copy of the executed interconnection agreement. And I believe there's also a requirement for just any of the other state or local permits required for that project would be provided at the time as well. So if all of those conditions are met and that information is secured, Dominion Energy within 30 days will follow up with that subscriber organization or solar developer to either award them capacity in the program or let them know if they are on the wait list, depending on where the program sits with respect to the 150 megawatt cap or 200 megawatt cap, depending on kind of which tier we're in at that point in time. So at that point, assuming the facility is awarded capacity, the interconnection process continues. Or if the project is waitlisted, I think it's at that point really just a decision for the developer whether they want to pursue other options for that facility, or truly wait and see if capacity will eventually be awarded, either when the program is expanded or something happens to one of those other projects. Once the project actually reaches commercial operation, I think 60 days prior to that date, it's requested that the subscriber organization simply provides the list of enrolled customers at that point in time and their subscription levels, so that Dominion can begin initiating the billing processes behind the scenes to ensure that the credits flow as close as possible to the facility actually generating power. So there's still some specifics to be worked out, I think, between us and stakeholders as to how exactly that transition will work. But more or less, that's what the process will look like. And then on an ongoing basis, that list will be provided from the solar developer to Dominion Energy with respect to any new enrollments or any changes to existing customer enrollments, so that we can make sure that the credits are current and updated and flowing properly to customers throughout the duration of their individual agreement, or obviously the facility itself. So from a customer perspective, what this will look like is obviously there will be an agreement with the subscriber organization for their subscription to a specific facility of their choice. That, for a simplified example, let's assume that was for 500 kilowatt hours of a subscription or an equivalent subscription. Basically, Dominion will apply the bill credit rate that was previously discussed to that 500 kilowatt hours of consumption, and credit their Dominion Energy bill with that corresponding amount to basically offset, if you will, any charges that they would have otherwise paid to Dominion Energy if they weren't participating in the program. And I think I mentioned already kind of the data exchange, but again, on a monthly basis, Dominion Energy will get an update of any of that information for new enrollments that have dropped off, and we'll keep and maintain reporting that is obviously will be maintained by Dominion Energy, but shared both with the State Corporation Commission and any of the subscriber organizations to make sure that we're all kind of working from the same data set with respect to any customer questions that may arise, or just ensuring that our progress to the cap and low income subscription levels are always current and known by all the parties that obviously have an interest in that information. So with that, we try to cover the basics. Obviously, there's a lot of specifics with a program like this, especially new programs that we're all kind of I guess, learning a little bit as we go how this is going to work in Virginia. Luckily, we have the benefit of a pretty robust stakeholder group that Carrie and others have mentioned and participated in, where we're looking to leverage best practices across the industry, just given this isn't necessarily a new concept, albeit somewhat new for Virginia. So hopefully we'll continue to leverage opportunities like this to keep everyone aware and abreast of any changes as we go. But otherwise, happy to answer any questions with the remaining time that we have.
Great. Thank you all so much. That was super helpful. And we've had a lot of questions rolling in, and I had some of my own prepared in advance as well. So I think we'll have a lot of time to answer these questions. And while we have you, Derek, we mentioned the minimum bill, and per the regulation, Dominion was to file their proposal for the minimum bill on March 1st, just a couple weeks ago. So I'm wondering if you'd be willing to help summarize what was in your filing, and then we may have a follow-up question there. Is that something that you're
Sure? Yeah, we did file.
Absolutely.
Yes, we did file that on March 1st, and we tried to leverage just some of the closest precedent that we had. We didn't obviously have programs that mimic this per se, but we had a few to draw on just based on prior commission rulings that we tried to maintain consistency with. So at the highest level, the minimum bill proposal that we filed is essentially looking for equitable recovery of the wires charges, to put simply, or kind of the delivery charges, if you will, associated with any participating customers. Thinking about it at the highest level, any participating customer, given this will be off-site solar, will still be served by the wires that basically connect to either the multifamily complex, or I guess the better example is the shared solar facility, so their home or their business and wherever they reside, both before their subscription and after. So effectively, and whether it's a storm restoration kind of example or just continuous maintenance of those facilities, we will obviously still maintain and have an obligation to serve any and all customers, whether they're participating in a shared solar program or not. So really, at the highest level, the minimum bill is looking for basically the recovery of the components of our rates today that are attributable to the wires charges, and less around the specific energy or generation charges that they would otherwise be billed, given they will have somewhat of a dedicated source, off-site solar source, pursuant to this program.
All right. Thank you for detailing that. And I know this is a really critical part of the program design to make sure it works for all parties involved, and that the economics pencil out for everyone. Obviously the low income customers are protected from that minimum bill, but for everyone else, it still has to pencil out and make sense in terms of, developing a robust market and be competitive in Virginia. So I'm curious if anyone else has perspective on the minimum bill piece, if you want to weigh in, and if not, we can go to the next question.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head, Carrie. I think that's like our perspective is that the program needs to work, and so there's a balance there that has to be achieved for project economics. Because even if low-income customers don't have to pay the minimum bill, if there's no projects available, then nobody participates. And I think that the legislation and the legislators made it clear that they want the program to be successful and work. So I'm optimistic that we'll get a resolution that balances everybody's interest and tries to meet the needs of all the parties involved.
And Charlie, is the minimum bill component something that is unique to Virginia, or is that common across other programs?
That's a good question. I'd say it's pretty unique. There are other programs that have something somewhat similar, but usually, there's in some cases there's sort of like a program administration charge that's covering sort of just the incremental cost of the program, or a more sophisticated kind of credit rate that's supposed to be already kind of predetermined to say, okay, this is the cost that it has on the utility and other ratepayers, but this is the cost that's needed for projects to work. And so it might just be built into the credit rate. But there's a pretty good variety. I'd say generally there's not a minimum bill charge out there, but I think that sort of concept, it sort of all flows with the same idea of wanting to make it work for the projects and the customers and have savings, but also being cognizant of cost shift and utility, cost recovery. So it's just a different way of hitting it.
Okay, great.
And
a question for
sorry, Carrie, may I just add for the just for the multifamily, there's a separate docket, and Dominion, as it sounds like people know, Dominion made a filing March 1st in the shared solar docket. In the multifamily docket, no such filing was required, so it kind of remains to be seen how the commission will figure out what the cost of administering the program, the incremental cost of administering the program will be. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Hannah. A question for Yesenia. What do you see as some of the biggest obstacles to getting low-income customer enrollment and ensuring that that's beneficial to those customers and that we can meet the minimum so that the program expands and provides more opportunities for even more customers?
Yeah, great question. From working with other programs across the country, I think the biggest issue is building trust, especially with low to moderate income families. They've heard this kind of sales pitch before. It normally does not end well for them. So there has to be a lot of education around what the program is, who's actually involved in the program, make sure they're not being taken advantage by third parties that are not part of the shared solar program. So education is key. So you can build that trust and you can start building that pipeline. So it helps where there's a meaningful financial benefit for them. They're not going to go through the hassle of signing up and having separate bills for the credits and figuring that out if they're not seeing a savings that makes sense to them. So the finances of the projects are important. How much the family save is important. And when you start recruiting, I think it's the biggest key, because you don't want to start recruiting too early, because again, it goes back to the trust issue. You start recruiting 6-8 months before the project is actually ready to go. You're going to have people sitting there for 6-8 months thinking this is a scam, this is not real, and they're going to be talking to their friends and their families and their neighbors about, don't trust this, not real. I've been signed up for 8 months, 9 months, nothing's happening. So be mindful of when you start actually building that pipeline, so that you want to have enough time to do the income qualification and make sure that you have enough folks to actually launch and get the development money, but you don't want to start too soon because people are not going to trust it.
Yeah, that's a great point. There are some questions around the timelines around the different programs. So, it's been mentioned that the multifamily program will become available much more quickly. And those are smaller projects on the rooftops or on the grounds of these condos or apartment buildings. And so we could see those rolling out potentially as early as later this year, I believe. And I'm curious in terms of the timing for the shared solar program, where they could be up to 5 megawatts and off-site, maybe a little bit more out of sight, out of mind. Charlie, can you again remind us some of the key components of the timeline that maybe a developer should be considering for these next couple of months? And then looking ahead to maybe a question for Derek around what are the things that you all are really working on to get that customer facing platform in place, and when could we actually see something become available to customers in Dominion territory? So start with Charlie.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think it could be somewhat misleading, to sort of say the program's launching on July 1st. I think the only people that know that the program's launching on July 1st are not the only people. Mostly it's the developers, because the licensing for subscriber organization application opens on that day, but also the project registration application submission does as well. We're actually interested in kind of pushing the registration date out a few months so that there's a staggered, sequenced approach of letting everyone get licensed and then kind of having a level playing field to apply for projects. But the idea is, these projects can take a couple of years to really come to fruition. You do have to have a lot of your ducks in a row to submit a project registration application. You have, as Derek mentioned, you have to have an interconnection agreement. You have to have your non-ministerial permits, and those things can take time. So a lot of projects have already been under development up to this point, and there's folks that, assuming they have met those requirements, they're kind of eager to submit their project application and get in the queue, because generally across the country, these community solar programs have been highly competitive, and they usually fill up quite fast. So that said, that's the kind of developer's perspective of they want to get ready as soon as possible. There is kind of some outline questions there of project economics. We don't know necessarily, we haven't definitively seen kind of the credit rate. We haven't seen necessarily what the minimum bill is going to be. And there's a lot of uncertainty there that has to get balanced, the kind of risk. But then the big sort of outstanding element that will hold things up until projects can really get kind of rolling and enrolling customers, as Yesenia is talking about. It's mostly, I'd say, in Dominion's hands. It's partly in the developer's hands of getting through construction milestones and building the project out. But right now there's this customer information platform that Dominion's going to build out, which is great. That's going to help kind of smooth the process of bill crediting, potentially having net crediting. And they have until July 2023 to complete that. So they've got 2 years basically to complete that. If they don't complete it by that time, customer enrollment can begin regardless. But if they complete it ahead of that time, then it can start sooner. So this is a kind of a challenge, another challenge I'd say for developers in trying to line up interconnection milestone requirements versus sort of not knowing exactly when the project will be able to start receiving revenue. And so that's a challenge. But yeah, so timeline's a good question.
Yeah. So Derek, will you be sort of giving people maybe progress updates along the way to, if it's going to be faster than July of 2023, people will have a heads up to plan around customer acquisition, et cetera?
Yeah, that's our goal. And we will, the customer information platform replacement, if you will, is a component of our grid transformation filing, which you mentioned. That's kind of one of the main focal areas of mine. And we have the opportunity to provide kind of an annual update or filing with respect to those initiatives. So that inherently will be probably the most detailed update that is largely publicly available. So that will be a forum for that kind of conversation. But obviously in parallel to that, we've had a series of stakeholder conversations and series around various topics, and we plan to continue to do that. So it's our goal to get that information in the hands of a lot of obviously folks that are likely participating in this summit, as well as the panelists here. So that we'll use multiple forums to kind of get that information out. But I can assure you, it's in our interest and our customers' best interest to have that functionality available as soon as possible. The efficiencies it provides for us internally are cannot be overstated, as well as the information preferences and just the ability to do business and simplify that process for our customers.
Yeah.
Will be much easier than it is today. So we will definitely, we're not going to rush it per se, but the sooner the better, I think, from our perspective.
From everyone's perspective.
So right now that is slated for kind of the front half of 2023. And we hope to get it out as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep us rushing along because we've got so many great questions, and I think there's a lot of curiosity around this new program in Virginia. It's opening up a whole new market for developers and, potential customers across the Commonwealth. So I'd like to turn to Hannah and maybe put you on the spot a little bit in terms of your work on the Clean Energy Advisory Board and how you as a board chair have contributed to this process, both some of the board comments last year in the State Corporation Commission public comment process, and then this year with the low income stakeholder work group.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. I should be more prepared for this than I am, I guess, knowing you. Just the Clean Energy Advisory Board, like Carrie said in my introduction, is really focused on creating a program through a fund that would provide funds or a rebate for customers across Virginia, and could be in any territory, to use it for solar. And we're focused on single family homes for that. But as Charlie talked about, and Yesenia, community solar and shared solar is really important to opening up accessibility to solar outside of getting solar on your own roof. So the Clean Energy Advisory Board has really seen this as part of their mission, because it opens up solar to low income customers as well. So we filed comments in July in both the shared solar and the multifamily solar dockets. And then again in November, really stressing how important it is to have viable programs that open up solar to customers, low-income customers, and then for the multifamily, just customers generally that wouldn't be able to access solar otherwise. And then as part of that, we've continued our involvement. I've been active in the stakeholder process, and we are looking forward to finding other ways to really try to make a difference and push the envelope into making equity a really big part of solar in Virginia. And I think actually, Carrie, I'm really excited about your new position at DMME. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to talk about that. I think you were a speaker earlier, but it's really great to see equity becoming a bigger part in the policy discussion here in Virginia.
Yeah, I would say the biggest piece here is maximizing our tools to implement energy efficiency first and foremost, in terms of creating that really safe and healthy and energy efficient building envelope to reduce those energy bills, and then adding renewable energy either on site or through shared solar subscriptions that can further reduce those bills and lock in low clean energy rates for decades to come. And then beyond that, looking at other programs such as the percentage of income payment plan and other programs across the state through the LIHEAP program that's operated under Department of Social Services, the new RGGI funded low income energy efficiency program for affordable housing. All of these tools are other backstops to really help people reduce their energy burden. And of course, as we know, during times like COVID, these are bills that are stacking up or going unpaid. And so it's also to the benefit of the utility to have these programs in place to ensure that customers can keep paying those bills consistently, for the long term. So I think they're win-win programs across the board, and we're excited to have the resources from the federal Department of Energy as well in terms of prioritizing equity throughout. And, we need everyone on board. We need all communities to be able to engage. And we, in terms of comments and things that we hear, all communities want to be engaged, and they want to be part of the solution to climate programs and climate solutions. And these are ways that we can help everyone, help the state and the world at large, just to get cheesy, meet our challenges of what we're experiencing on the planet. So I'm going to turn to maybe a couple more technical questions for Derek, and I'm just going to go until Dan brings the hook and pulls us off the stage.
We're good till the top of the hour. This is bonus time. If anybody isn't plugged in for the questions, they probably already stood up by now. So please, we got so many questions for this. Keep going.
Yeah, and we'll circle back in the expert session later this afternoon, and we'll also follow up afterwards for any questions that go unanswered and put those in the knowledge binder. So for Derek, a couple more questions here from, I think probably from some savvy developers. And I'll just throw them all out there and you can kind of pick and choose. The first is, could a developer build a project in a co-op territory for those co-ops that are buying their power from Dominion? So kind of what's the interplay in terms of where the project has to be located? Is there an opportunity there? And then I'll just give you a second question around plans to provide your hosting capacity map as an accessible layer rather than a map. So I'm not exactly sure about that question, but you may know more.
Sure, yeah, for the co-op question, this is a program that's specific to Dominion Energy customers, meaning they receive a Dominion Energy bill and the facilities themselves have to be located within the Dominion Energy service territory. So unfortunately, at least right now, to my knowledge, not available to co-ops, obviously for this program. I'm not sure if there's plans for similar programs, obviously from the co-op side of things.
And Derek, can I just add, right, you're exactly right. And I just want to say that co-ops actually have the opportunity, they can implement community solar on their own without legislation. So for example, Bark is a co-op in Virginia that offers community solar. So if somebody's interested in doing that in a co-op territory, they need to talk to the co-op, and they can.
Exactly, I appreciate that. And with respect to our hosting capacity platform, if you will, we launched that just recently, and I think most everyone on the summit here is familiar with the concept of hosting capacity. But right now, ours is I'd say it's an initial version of what we hope to improve upon going forward. So right now, it is somewhat of a static map. Our goal as we get more advanced metering infrastructure deployed, as well as intelligent grid devices that can kind of provide voltage information at a much more granular level than we have today. Obviously, that data is pretty critical in us getting even more dynamic with our hosting capacity abilities. So our goal, again, was to get a map out there that's hopefully helpful for developers to at least pinpoint general areas of opportunity and streamline the process of either land acquisition or, again, just giving them a better idea of where to focus or maybe areas to stay away from that would lead to high cost interconnection projects. So we hear you. I'm looking forward to improving upon what we have. And we look forward to doing that.
Great. Okay, this is a question for Charlie. Anecdotally, I remember when Neil Young was going to be hosting a concert out in, I think it was in Oregon when I lived out in Portland, and it opened and closed in about 7 seconds. So what is your bet or prediction in terms of how fast this will become sort of, at capacity in terms of the allocation to developers? And, beyond that, do you think there's is 150 megawatts the right size? I guess 200 megawatts at its capacity. Like, what are your thoughts around growing the program? Should we just start with what we have, or should we already start working on expanding the program?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good questions. So I think that what Virginia has done well is having a pretty high bar for projects to get in. Like I mentioned before, interconnection agreement, non-municipal permits, like those are significant investment kind of levels, I'd say, for a developer, and timing investments. Like it could take you a year potentially to get those in hand. And you need those to get awarded capacity in the program. So I think it's to be seen, to be determined. We don't know. I don't know exactly. The Dominion interconnection queue is not transparent, not available publicly, so we don't know exactly where folks are, what it's going to look like on day one. You know, if it starts July 1 or October 1, as I mentioned, our interest to push it out a few months, even pushing it out a few months. I'm not sure if it will fill up immediately on day one. I know that there's enough interest and probably enough sort of applications in Dominion's interconnection queue to easily fill it up. I just don't know if how many of them will actually have interconnection agreements and all the permits in hand at that point. It's really hard to tell. And as a trade association rep, like, I'm not allowed to competitively, we don't talk about that amongst the members. That's sort of, you know, trade secret kind of information for people to say kind of where they are, what they have and where they are in development. So it's to be seen, but just based on experience from other markets, and the sense that I get, sort of the energy I get from our committee here in Virginia, CCSA's committee, there's a lot of interest. And so, as I say, I think there's plenty in the interconnection queue, but I don't know kind of if it'll all be ready on day one or not.
Great.
And the second question on the size, like, I think 150 megawatts is pretty modest, 200 megawatts, that's pretty modest. So definitely there's an interest from industry to expand that. It's maybe a kind of a reasonable starting point, but my understanding is legislation is going to be needed to expand it.
Thanks,
That's
Charlie.
correct.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie. Unfortunately, that has to be the last word. Terrific. I wish we had more time. You guys are all free to come back in our Q&A wrap. We're going to carry those conversations over into the knowledge binder. We're going to give our speakers and presenters a chance to answer them in written format, as we will all of our sessions. Excuse me. Just as a general reminder, you can keep those questions coming. And really terrific stuff. I just triple underscore almost everything that absolutely everything that I just heard in the last session. Thank you all for the work that you're doing. Keep going forward. This is like such an important piece, the mechanics of how we do this solar boom right. It's a repeatable model. That's why you see these programs flowering up everywhere. It's inclusive, it's renters too. And I'm super glad we have something like this to really put into the process right now. And having said that, it's time. I mean, if you can even stand it, we have even more stuff coming your way, and really just as important, maybe more important. This is a featured session coming up. Permitting is one of the hottest topics in Virginia. Thank you all again, Hannah, Derek, Charlie, Yesenia, and Carrie. Charlie was just talking about this, the future's so bright, it's hard to see. It's so bright they can't even talk about it. I mean, this is what's happening, such as a renaissance, such as a boom. And now it's details time. A lot of people have been looking forward to this session. I know some folks are just joining for this. We've got permitting on deck, and it's going to roll into the day's experts exchange, where we're going to continue to take questions. I know that this is a highly anticipated spot where a lot of you have questions already. So let's get to work and roll the sleeves up and talk permitting to set the stage. We have a triple team from DEQ who are going to go fast and furious on what you need to know to get smart on permitting and make these projects real. And I believe we still have Rex down there, who's been doing a lot of work. We've seen a lot of tools, materials, and resources. And Rex is one of our stars. Rex, do you have a video, or are you going to go audio only?
I unfortunately don't, but I do have a screen share. So I got the PowerPoint up when you're ready, Dan.
All right, awesome. Yeah, well, your voice is beautiful too, my friend, and your work is even more beautiful. I was really impressed in our pre-call, and I look forward to you getting the opportunity to show everyone what you guys have been putting together over there at DEQ. Some really, really terrific stuff. So
that's good.
Yeah, go ahead, take it away, Rex.
All right, I want me to go ahead and start. Let me share my screen here. All right.
Looks good.
Dan, all right, sounds good. I'll go ahead and kick things off then for us. So as Dan said, my name is Rex Robichaux. I'm the GIS administrator here at Virginia DEQ, and I'm excited to be able to share with you all a variety of new tools and updates that we've made available really over just the past few months. The agency recently went through a external website redesign effort, and in step, but as a separate effort from that, we also took that as an opportunity to revise all of our public-facing geospatial tools that we make available. So with that said, I want to take a few minutes today and kind of show you some of those resources. First and foremost, I want to talk about what we call the Environmental Data Hub. And really what the Environmental Data Hub is a central landing point or location where the public and interested stakeholders can come in and access our information, whether that be in spatial or non-spatial format, and whether that's to download the data to extend and use further locally if you're a GIS user, a Google Earth user, things like that. Or if you just want to use our tools that we make available on the web, you can do that as well. So the Environmental Data Hub really is the place that anybody can go and find everything I'm going to show you. Here we make our available our open data portal as well as those interactive tools. And I'm going to wrap up today by actually taking some time to demo some of these for you as well. So some general high level architecture discussion here to kind of help wrap your head around this environment a little better. So it's really the Environmental Data Hub itself can again be thought of kind of that landing or organizational website through which you can find the two other, I would call, primary components of our offerings. One would be what we call the Open Data Portal, and that's where you're going to go if you want to actually do some querying or downloading of our spatial data to download it locally in a variety of formats. Or if you don't really want to download it, or if you want to further interact and visualize it alongside a lot of our other data on the web, you can use the Environmental Data Mapper. And that's our interactive web mapping application that we're offering for the public. Many of you may or may not be familiar with our legacy suite of web mapping tools, which was called VGIS. VGIS is actually, it's been deprecated. It's technically still available, but it's going to be fully retired and no longer available after April 1st. We've been suggesting for quite a while to kind of help people over to the Environmental Data Mapper to get them used to it, because although I think it offers some enhanced functionality and a whole swath of new data sets, it is a new experience, so it takes a little time to get used to. So if you're a traditional VGIS user and you're familiar with our old external web mapping tools like VGIS WIMBY and stuff like that, the EDM or Environmental Data Mapper is going to be where you want to go now. So I just mentioned one of the primary components here is the Open Data Portal. This we're really excited about. We're currently showing over 50 of our DEQ data layers available in geospatial format within the Open Data Portal. We have a list, I'm actually looking at the list right now, of at least probably 10 or 11 other layers that we have plans to make available once we finish up some internal data development efforts here at DEQ. I would expect to see those either all or most of those added probably within the next 12 months. So we're excited to have a nice roadmap of additional data sets that we'll be making available as well. All of the data that you can find in the Open Data Portal is available for download in either shapefile, if you're a kind of an open source GIS user, KML, KMZ if you're a Google Earth user, or CSV if you just want to see the data in attribute format with, for example, if it's a point, it will contain like the latitude and longitude locations for those data points. Lastly, we also offer API access to these layers as a component of this Open Data Portal, wherein if you're a developer or if you want to be doing your own web development or GIS development, you can actually tie directly to our what we call REST services to pull the data directly rather than downloading it as a static download. This is just a little view of what the prior functionality looked like before we upgraded to the Open Data Portal. I mean, it met the essential needs. It was kind of a static download that was updated nightly in most cases. As you see, some of these data sets were growing a little bit out of data, I suppose. And there were a few other limitations here. One is there is no preview. You couldn't really see what was available or what was contained in these data sets. So you really had to know what these stood for and what was contained within them. Whereas now you can get the full preview spatially and attribute before you ever download it to make sure it's what you're really looking for. You also were constrained to the format that you downloaded. And a lot of these, that would be a file geodatabase. So unless you're an Esri GIS user, if you're familiar with that technology stack, you may have been kind of out of luck working with this data. So we're really excited to kind of move past those limitations with this new platform. Pivoting here just a little bit, here's the environmental data mapper. This again is our interactive web mapping application that will be replacing VGIS WIMBY. It serves to offer our citizens and stakeholders really that full level of interactive access to all of our geospatial data layers. We're going to take, again, a very quick look in the concerns of time today at this, but this is publicly available. So if you'd like to open it up and follow along and interact with these tools as we're going through them, I highly encourage you to do so. A few more things about the environmental data mapper, from the 10,000 foot view. We actually make even more layers available here than we do for download. And that's because we really, for the most part, only want to offer the data layers that DEQ owns or maintains for download. But in the environmental data mapper, it can a lot of times be advantageous to pull in other externally available data sets. So we're looking at things like RCRA data from EPA Superfund sites, Virginia parcel data, a lot of, if you're familiar with VGIM, their aerial imagery, things like that. We're able to pull all those in so you can visualize and interact with these externally relevant data sets right alongside our DEQ data as well. And just as the nature of the framework of this application, you can interact with all of this data, both in spatial formats as well as non-spatial through the attribute table. So it really gives you a full 360 view of the information that you're interested in. So with that said, I'll go ahead and switch over. I want to take some time to actually show you some of these tools. So I'll start here at the Environmental Data Hub. And again, this will be the landing page that you go to. The link to all of these resources is included in the end of the PowerPoint. But for those who, if you have difficulty seeing it, it's geohub-vadeq.hub.arcgis.com. Again, that will take you to this main landing page. And this is really just kind of the main organizational landing page where it kind of help you understand, do you want to look for data to download it, or do you want to see some of our featured content, some of the story maps and things like that the DEQ has been working on? Or would you like to work with our interactive tools? So if you know what you're looking for, you can search for it. And it has a nice filtered kind of search return to help you find exactly what you're looking for. But say you don't know what you're looking for exactly, or you might be interested in finding relevant metadata or information that describes our data sets in a little bit more detail. For that, I would suggest actually clicking on the Open Data Portal tab, which will bring you in our Open Data Portal landing page. Here again, you can search for data, or you can kind of drill down into these logical areas that are subdivided to kind of represent the logical business subdivisions within DEQ, or the main program. So we have land data sets, pollution response data sets, renewable energy data sets, and water data sets, as well as some kind of administrative or external reference data that we're making available for reference or as a convenience that may be coming from external sources. So if I were to click any of these, I'll just go into our pollution response data set real quick to show you. You'll see the layers. In this case, we only have one that meets this criteria currently, but these are our pollution response reports. You can either go to the data or open up the fact sheet. So if I click view the fact sheet, it'll actually open up either a PDF or a Word document that contains the relevant metadata that explains to you what this data set is. I'd say the vast majority of our data sets have these fact sheets available. We're currently working on the renewable energy data sets fact sheet at this time, so that's up and coming in the very near future. Just a recently added layer, so we're still working on finishing up that. So if you saw that, I went back and now I've clicked on air and renewable energy related data sets. So here's our two that we currently make available for download. Renewable energy permits, obviously probably being of most interest. Again, we'll be bringing that fact sheet live soon. And if you click go to the data, it's actually going to take you to the interactive download page that we saw a screenshot of earlier. So it gives you some nice metadata, tells you how recently it's been updated, the total feature count. And now you can also, even in this small inset map, click it to get information about that permit. So you can see the permit name, permit number, some relevant information, megawatts, the total acreages of this permitted project, the type, and status. So a lot of good information, as well as some additional kind of geographical relevant info. Recently, we also started tracking an attribute that will display whether or not a permit meets the Section 130 classification. That might be of interest to some folks on this call. So again, you can preview everything here in this inset map. I can also expand this data tab and start actually working with the data itself. So this supports filtering. So if you knew that you were interested only in a certain permit, say acreage range or megawatt range, you could apply a filter to filter on that. But for this example, let's just say that we want to filter only on permit active. So now I've done that, it's actually eliminated everything else. So now we're down to our 87 actual active permits. And if you could have seen that up there, the map is also dynamically updated. What's nice about this is it allows you to do some basic kind of reporting or querying at this level, so you don't have to do it later. So now you can go in here and hit download, and we get two options. We get the full data set, and again, like a CSV or Excel spreadsheet file, a Google Earth file, and then a shape file, so geospatial type native format. Or I can download the filter data set, which would be just the data set now with that filter applied. So if I were to download any of these, we can download it, and you'll see there it's already coming down. And then we could open up, and it's going to feature the full attribution, in this case in CSV file format, of what you're looking at. So I'd love to dig into this a little bit more, but again, in the concerns of time today, I want to jump over to my last topic here. This is the environmental data mapper. And again, this is really your one-stop shop for interactive visualization of our data. So it supports location lookup. You can enter in addresses, latitude, longitude coordinates. It features the typical kinds of tools you would expect to be able to do in a web mapping platform. You can select features spatially or by their attributes. You can measure, print out, change base maps, do some markup, basic buffer analysis, things like that. And by default, all of our DEQ data layers load and expand, but just know that down here at the bottom, there's the external data layers you can expand to get some more real estate. And here you can find all that external data. So we can turn on the most recent aerial imagery, for example, as well as some of those data sets coming from places like US Army Corps of Engineers or US EPA. For renewable energy permit layers, you'll want to expand the renewable energy layers group. And then all you have to do is check on these points. Now it's checked on both the renewable energy permits themselves. And if you wanted to see what these various classifications stand for, you can expand it to see what that means. And likewise, I've also turned on the coastal avian protection zones that we get from our coastal zone management bunch. And again, I mentioned that we can view everything in the attribute table here as well. So all I did is click on that ellipses, open attribute table, and now we're looking at the attributes that correspond with this featured set that we have open. Last but not least, you can do filtering. You can sort on columns and apply, attribute filters to further whittle down, kind of like what we just did in the open data portal. Once you have things selected, there's a variety of ways here that you can export this data to formats like CSV, just like we just did. But this allows you more of a finer resolution tool to really parse out exactly what you're looking for. And say select, a niche spatial subset of data or a niche subset off of their attributes, things like that. So here I've selected 11 renewable energy permits. I'm kind of between Charlottesville and Richmond area. If I wanted to export these, I can do so to a variety of formats, CSV, JSON, or GeoJSON, which you can, convert and import into things like ArcGIS or Google Earth, things of that nature. Again, I know this was a very quick run through with a lot of information, but I hope it was helpful for everybody. At this point, probably want to hand it back over to Dan and our next presenter.
Yeah, Rex, while we tee up our next presenter, can you just take this moment to go back and show folks how to get to all that again? Just wind it back and show us how to jump into the new website.
Absolutely. So one thing to note at the end of this slide deck, which I think will be made available, I've included links to these three primary pages I've shown: the environmental data mapper. So that's the interactive app we were just looking at, the environmental data hub, that main landing page here, and then the open data portal, which again can be found through a tab navigation. once you're at our actual environmental data hub, but also included the URL, for everyone's reference. But the easiest way, again, would just be to bookmark this URL once you have it saved. But again, that URL is geohub-vadeq.hub.arcgis.com, and that will take you back to this, again, the main kind of landing page.
Perfect, Rex. Could you drop that in the chat? Go ahead, copy and paste that, drop it in the chat. And yeah, just to underscore what you said, we will be sharing your presentation. Everybody's going to get these links and all the other links that you've ever seen in every presentation so far, and every other session yet to come. So stay tuned. But yeah, go ahead, drop it in the chat, make it available to folks now. I'm sure they want to get to it tonight.
Perfect. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Rex. Great stuff, and keep up the good work over there. It takes a village, and it's not just solar innovation and remediation. We need all kinds of tech. So thank you, sir. Appreciate it, and all the folks working with you on that effort. We need the data. All right. So help me out. Is Mary, or I think it's Erin. Erin, are you stepping in next?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, loud and clear.
All right, so I'm ready to share my screen when you guys are ready to learn about permitting.
Please do.
All righty.
I've been waiting.
All right.
There it
Try
is.
to turn this. There we go.
Looks
Okay.
good. Thank you.
You're welcome. So thanks, Dan. My name is Erin Belt. I am the program manager for the Office of Stormwater Management here at DEQ. I think I know quite a few of you. Some of you may remember my predecessor, Jamie Robb. She is still in the stormwater program but has moved over to our Piedmont office. I've been in stormwater for quite some years. Previously as an inspector, I did do some plan review and now serve the agency in this position. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our programs, a little bit about legislative and regulatory information, and then spend some time on process. So for those of you that are familiar with DEQ's programs regarding land disturbing activity, we have two primary programs at the agency. We have the state-only Virginia Erosion and Sediment Control Program. All localities in Virginia serve as a VESCP. DEQ serves as the Erosion and Sediment Control Authority for state, federal, and for annual standard and specification entities. And then we always like to point out when folks come to us with questions about erosion and sediment control that local VESCP authorities have the option to adopt a more stringent local ordinance. So they must comply with the state minimum requirements for land disturbing thresholds, but they have the option to be more stringent. When it comes to the stormwater management program, the VSMP program, this can be DEQ or it can be a locality. So localities that operate an MS4 permit were required by law to adopt a stormwater program, but localities that don't have an MS4 permit had the option to adopt. So you'll find across the state that there are localities that adopted a stormwater program, but they weren't required to. And again, if you come to DEQ with questions about how a locality operates their stormwater program, keep in mind that those programs operate as an extension of DEQ's overall stormwater program. And we do provide them technical assistance, but we allow them to also adopt more stringent local ordinances related to stormwater quality and quantity. We have a couple localities that have done that. Virginia Beach is probably one of the newest examples of a locality that has gone through the process of mapping all of their watersheds and have a more stringent technical requirement related to post-construction stormwater. And wanted to point out that overall, there are three parts to these programs. We've got the Erosion and Sediment Control Program, which is a state-only program. Then we have the Post-Construction Stormwater Management Program that focuses on stormwater quality and quantity in post-construction. That's also a state-only program. The piece of our program that's based on the federal NIPD's Construction General Permit, that's that state permit during construction that you obtain from DEQ. So this is the most exciting part of my job, is explaining laws and regulations to both the public and the regulated community. So in terms of legislative and regulatory processes, legislation is telling us what we have to do as an agency or what an entity has to do that's regulated. And then the regs tell us generally how to do it. After regulations, you might find guidance documents or fact sheets that help determine what that process is. When you're looking at the legislative information system, and that link is at the bottom of the page there for the LIS page, one of the things to think about is that when we are in the middle of regulatory actions like the construction stormwater program is right now, if you're looking at the statutory or legislative language, you may see where it says for effective date or for contingent effective date. So I wanted to just point out that if you're looking at the statute or law, there may be two parts under the stormwater legislation, and there may be two parts under the erosion and sediment control legislation. So we're under an active regulatory process at this time to consolidate the erosion and sediment control and stormwater management programs. So when trying to figure out what the legislative language is that's active and accurate, anything that says for expiration is the current statute. Anything that says for effective date or for contingent effective date is not active at this time. So moving on to definitions. If you've tried to navigate stormwater definitions in the past, you've likely seen that there are oodles of them. We have a lot less erosion and sediment control definitions. We do recognize that there are some definitions under the erosion and sediment control laws and regs that do not completely jive with the stormwater laws and regs definitions. And that's something that we're trying to fix in this consolidated effort. But the primary goal of talking about definitions is that in longer detailed definitions, the example here that I have is about the stormwater conveyance system, is that there are some terms and phrases inside of the definition itself that are further defined. That can be a little bit confusing, but what it does, if you can take the time to go back through the overall definitions, is determine what compliance means. So, a lot of times we get questions that say, what does this mean? But taking a little bit of time to read definitions and look for those, phrases and terms that may be further defined can help you figure out the answer. This stormwater conveyance system has 3 subparts, and each of those green colored phrases and words are further defined in the definition section of the stormwater regulations. So this is what I wanted to spend most of the time on today. When we have, and I say we meaning me and my staff, I do have one solar plan reviewer that is well-trained and been doing this for years. Thankfully, DEQ has been able to acquire 3 additional staff members to do plan review, and they're in the process of getting trained to do this. So yay for DEQ, we now have more resources. But in terms of process, most of the time when we get inquiries from developers and designers, the first question is, how do I get my permit? It's a great question, but there are a lot of moving parts related to that. By the time you get to DEQ Office of Stormwater Management, there is a significant amount of work that should have already taken place before you come to us for stormwater plan review. And I would wager this is also the case if you're going to a locality that serves as a VSMP authority, where they will also review your stormwater management at the locality level. So when we have folks ask us this question, my response is, have you gone through the planning and zoning process at the locality? And if the answer is no, there's not much I'm going to be able to help you with at that point in time. But what I can do is give you an idea of what you need to do to reach out to the locality and start that planning and zoning process. There may be a conditional use permit or special use permit process that takes place through the local boards. You may have to negotiate lease agreements. Again, all of these activities very early in that process are not subject to DEQ oversight. The part that we can help with is the stormwater plan review. And if you are a state or federal entity, likely the erosion and sediment control review as well. So pre-applications are not required. We've started offering these up to folks because it helps developers that are not familiar with this stormwater process, not familiar with the permitting process, to have those discussions up front. It helps us manage expectations and time. Then you'd have your formal submittal. This may include DEQ if we are the Virginia Stormwater Management Program Authority, or it may go directly to the locality. And then the meat and potatoes of all of this process is the plan review process. We try to answer questions as much as possible during plan review, ahead of plan review, and provide comment letters back to applicants that are extremely thorough. Our primary goal is documentation of compliance. I can tell you without a doubt that none of my staff or myself, when we provide plan review to designers and developers, do we want you guys to have to resubmit. Our goal is to get you in and get you out, but also make sure that we have documented compliance, because that lets us know as the regulator that you're meeting all of the intent of the laws and regs, but then also it's a safety net for you as well. All the construction general permits are issued by DEQ. So if you go to a locality that operates as an erosion and sediment control entity, as well as a stormwater management entity, they may do the administration of your permit. So they may ask you for your documents, they may enter all that information into the permitting database, but every permit that is listed in the database for construction general permit coverage is touched by my 2 permit staff. So statewide, we currently have about 5,000 active permits for construction stormwater management at this time. My 2 staff members have touched every single one of those at least once. So once you get your permit issued by DEQ, you'll get your local land disturbing permit issued by the locality for erosion and sediment control. They may require you to post a bond. They may require you to only open up certain amounts of acreage at any one time. That's likely going to be a part of the conditional use process that took place at the beginning. But you'll go through your active construction. The whole time that you are actively constructing a project, you should be working towards final stabilization and then converting those temporary sediment measures, like a sediment trap would go away and a sediment basin would get converted in most cases, and then process your notice of termination. And a lot of that notice of termination process is going to involve things like documenting your construction record drawings, making sure that your facilities were actually converted properly, and providing that information to DEQ so that we can process that termination, get your BMP maintenance agreements executed and recorded with the local land records, and then you might be done. So there is the option that some folks come back to us and ask us for a modification. So maybe you want to add battery storage, maybe you want to expand your solar array. That modification process is open to everyone. We have a lot of projects that come to us and say, hey, we thought we were going to produce enough megawattage in post-construction, but it looks like we need 100 extra acres. We get those requests a lot. And then these are some of the issues that my staff and I have run into through the years with our experience with solar. So communication is one of the biggest issues that we see across the board, where the folks that are doing the work in the field may not be communicating with what the developer's expectations are, or the design work that's conducted by the A&E firms are not actually working with the contractors who are making red line changes in the plans. And all of that adds confusion to the on-site activity, as well as when folks come to do their inspections to determine compliance in the field. So part of that goes along with project management. When you come to DEQ for a stormwater plan review, the part of the project management that we involve ourselves in is the stormwater piece. So if you want to do expedited review with DEQ, any of your projects that are 100 acres of disturbance or greater can opt to choose that expedited review process, which is significantly more expensive, but is a faster review time than traditional review. It only encumbers stormwater to move faster. So if you've not had this conversation with a local erosion and sediment control program about your expectations for an expedited review and whether they can accommodate that, there's going to be some disappointment there for you. If the locality does not work directly with VDOT to coordinate plan review and comments where you may intersect a VDOT right-of-way, there's going to be some disappointment there. And all of that plays into expectation management. So if you're looking at a timetable on when you want to get your substation on online so that you can get that energy production and be first, to connect in that area, we recognize that that's the goal. We recognize that that substation needs to be on board and then the panels can come in simultaneously or later. But processing always takes time, and we can only work as fast as the slowest piece of the puzzle. So the last piece I wanted to talk about is policies, procedures, laws, and regs. And we have folks that disagree with our regulations. They disagree with the agency's interpretation of the regulations. We get it. We love discussion, discussing these pieces and how they fit together to document compliance. But if you don't know the policies and procedures, ask. If you don't know someone who can answer them for you, ask again. And if you don't know someone who works in Virginia or who has experience, or you can't get a hold of me or any of my staff members that work on this, just ask again, send another email, make another phone call. We have quite a few projects coming to us and begging us for our time. So I've had to turn some folks away and say, listen, I'm sorry, I can't take the call today. I may not be able to take the call tomorrow, but we will make time for you. It's the harder part is if you're under a deadline and you have to talk today, there's going to be some disappointment. So all of that to say that project management, expectation management, knowing what's required, and then communicating is the best way to get through the process. Our goal is to get you in and out. We don't want you to hang around. We have so many other people that want our time and want our review that we just don't have time to let things linger. And with that, if you still have questions and want to talk offline, this is my contact information. Like Rex mentioned earlier, DEQ's website is currently under construction at this point, and we are working through getting some of our primary pages up and running. The benefit for stormwater is that we also host a website in conjunction with Virginia Tech, and we call that the Virginia BMP Clearinghouse website. So if you're looking for common forms, if you are looking for links to LIS, if you're looking for resources that you want to learn more about the Virginia runoff reduction method, what we call our Part 2B technical criteria, there are a significant number of links on the BMP Clearinghouse website, but also on the news tab, you can find some of those forms that we would traditionally host on the DEQ website, but we're just not there yet with the stormwater page. All right, so Dan, I am ready to turn this over to Beth if she is ready to host.
Thank you, Erin. Yeah, great job.
Thanks.
Smooth presentation. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I am trying to stop sharing.
Felt like we were on the radio.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me invite Beth in. I know we've had some hurdles to overcome with Beth, but we've got our star ace on the case, Kelsey. And while we're tuning it up, I'll just chime in with a personal anecdote about communication. Tony LaRussa, shout out Cardinal Nation, did some leadership training with him at one time. You may not know, while he played minor league baseball, he also went to law school at night. And we talked about communication, and he traded for the MLB all-time steals leader, Ricky Henderson. And in their first game, they're sending in the signals. He's on first base. Ricky's on first base. Are they going to send in a second to try to steal or not? And they send in the signal to steal. They changed their mind, so they sent in the takeoff sign. And so that meant to cancel the last sign, take off the last sign and just play normally. But Ricky stole second base. And then Ricky got knocked in. He came around, scored the run. And Tony, as he's coming back to the dugout, he asked Ricky, what happened? We sent in the takeoff sign. And Ricky looked Tony dead in the face and said, yeah, I took off. So communication, even at elite levels, amongst the greatest, sometimes it's just ships passing in the net. So I hope that's helpful. How are we doing with Beth? We got Beth's presentation, I see. Beth, how's your audio? Come on into the conversation.
Good afternoon, Dan. Can you all hear me okay?
Sound perfect. Great. Yeah, please take it away.
Good, thank you. And Kelsey, thank you for offering to run the slides for me. I apologize for not having a camera as I've sat through the first couple of days of this wonderful webinar and seeing all of these other state employees with cameras and pictures of them and all. I'm thinking, now how did that happen? I mean, I know this program's been short on funding, but if the agencies got handed cameras and they missed me, I'm gonna be very distressed. But it's probably just as good because y'all can't see my green hair. I'm surprised, Dan, you haven't mentioned St. Patty's Day once today, but that's okay. Happy St. Patty's Day to everybody. And we're, you know, for this permitting program, it's hard for me to believe that it's been over 6 years since we've issued our first one. And I have to say how delighted I am to have heard all the earlier presentations and focus on pollinators and the land use issues and the real concentrated discussion about pollinators. Because Dan, you may recall back in 2019, when I first did the presentation at Brownfields to Brightfields, we were just moving into looking at encouraging pollinators and asking developers to really think about that as we moved forward with our pollinator scorecard and a number of other tools that we put together to do that. So I was really excited and very pleased to see all of the focus on pollinators as we move forward here, because this is a big land use issue, and that's, I think, going to be a pretty key aspect to how all of this pans out. Kelsey, if you could give me the next slide, please. So in a nutshell, real quick, for those of you that have been involved in this for a while, you will know that this is old data, but there's a context for it, and I'll get to it at the end of the process. But in 2012, the DEQ promulgated the Small Renewable Energy Project Solar Permit by Rule. This was a direct result of legislation mandated in 2009 that created the permit by rule in the first place. And the law instructed DEQ to adopt a wind permit first, which is why solar came in a couple of years later after the wind permit. We also have a combustion, small renewable energy combustion permit by rule. And in the 6.5 years I've been working on this, that we haven't issued one of those. We haven't even gotten any interest about that. So solar is where it's at. Next slide, please. So those of you that are new to this, of which I suspect there may be a few out there, but for the most part, we have a permit by rule, which is essentially a permit defined by regulation. And this particular regulation has 15 components, of which there are a couple of them listed there. Basically, when an application comes in to my desk, whatever is in those application documents are in essence your permit. And our rule is, or our role at this point is to make a determination as to whether or not your application is complete or incomplete. And we do this in conjunction with coordination with Department of Historic Resources, Department of Wildlife Resources, and Department of Conservation and Recreation. And if those sister agencies find some glaring omissions in your application documents, they will clarify that with me, let me know, and I will let you know where those shortcomings are. If they can be handled quickly within the 90-day time frame that we have for reviewing, it's a 90-day deadline by law. If we can address those shortfalls within that 90-day window, you submit the additional supplemental information and we will go ahead and authorize a complete application. If the information requires some more extensive mitigation plan development or some more extensive surveys, then we will issue a letter of incomplete and provide a very, very clear explanation of exactly why the application cannot be deemed complete and what you have to do to make it so. Next slide, please. So where are we? This, I got to tell you, this slide is already out of date because we just issued another PBR today. But in essence, we have issued a total of now 58 permits so far. 57 of them are solar. We've increased the megawattage by another 20 megawatts from what's listed there. The permitted acreage has increased another 200 acres. We're still at only 23 projects operational, at least as far as I've been notified, which leaves us with a little over 1,000 megawatts currently in operation. And we have 3 projects under construction. So if you look at that permitted acreage, the 32,000 acres, and you look back over the different permits that have been issued, some of those permits have impacted some pretty significant forest lands. Some of those permits have impacted some pretty significant agricultural lands. A number of those permits, however, have been done on previously disturbed lands, and so that's always a good thing. But when we look at this acreage, and if we can go to the next slide, that coupled with the potential total acreage based on the notices of intent that the agency has received and the total amount of projected megawatts, you can see that this is indeed a real land hog kind of program. It takes up a great deal of acreage, and the more we can integrate the types of land use concerns that have been discussed for the last couple of days, whether it's conservation lands, whether it's prime forest, prime agricultural lands, ensuring that we focus or encourage to the best of our ability development on previously disturbed lands. Hopefully the acreage that will be impacted as a result of and these are just the PBRs notice that we have so far. That doesn't include all the new projected tsunami of PBRs that'll be coming as a result of the legislation passed last year under the Virginia and the new act for encouraging a whole lot more. I think the megawattage increases by about 3-fold as to what the state's projected megawatts are supposed to be under the new law. So it's a very, very dynamic and a very rapidly expanding program. In addition, I want to note the 130 permits. These are the 5 megawatts or less. We currently have 31 of those projects that we're aware of, representing over 100 megawatts. It's hard for us to know exactly how many of these are out there because not everybody that's putting in anything slightly over 1 megawatt knows that they're actually covered under the PBR and that they have to notify us. So it might be that these 31 projects are really just the tip of the iceberg as to how many smaller projects are out there. For example, the school projects that were discussed earlier, we have issued a number of the Section 130 permits to the local school divisions that are wanting to put 1.5, 2, or 3 megawatts affiliated with the schools. But I'm sure there's a number of other industries. I read about newspaper clippings or articles all the time about some company that's decided to put an extra 1 megawatt to help facilitate their operations, and we haven't received any notification of it, and we really don't have the staff or the capability to go out and track that stuff down and really kind of put our arms around it. So there's probably a whole lot more out there that we're just not aware of. Next slide, please. So where do we stand right now? As I mentioned, the PBR was promulgated in 2012. And a year and a half ago in the fall, we convened a regulatory advisory panel to help us clarify some issues and get some outside stakeholder input as to how that regulation needed to be changed. The law is very clear that the permit fee is supposed to cover the entire operation of this program, and the current fee structure doesn't come anywhere close. So we knew that we had to address the fee structure under the regulation, and there was also a very robust discussion of a whole host of other issues that were talked about that resulted in the agency pulling together a proposed amendments. And one of those amendments happens to address assessments of ecological cores. Those are those prime forest lands that are already evaluated under the Virginia Natural Lands Assessment Program, and trying to get a handle on how many proposed PBRs are actually impacting those key forest lands. So applications that get submitted a year after this rule becomes effective. I have to admit, 2020 and the COVID pandemic kind of threw a wrinkle in everybody's timeline. Nonetheless, the proposal stands, and the language in the proposed regulation is that for applications submitted 12 months after the effective date of the amendments, they will need to evaluate these ecological cores, and they will be required to complete the Virginia Solar Site Pollinator Bird Habitat Scorecard. They're not being mandated to plant pollinators, but as part of an evaluation as to the that they need to make this evaluation as part of their comprehensive natural resource review. And they will also need to take into account that T&E species as now defined under the PBR will include insects. So that happens a year after these amendments become effective. So if, say, we're successful in having amendments become effective sometime this fall, it'll be the fall of 2022 for applications that are in the pipeline that'll need to begin to do these kinds of assessments. Next slide, please. We've obviously discussed the need for a new fee structure. So the proposal calls for a notice of intent fee of $2,000. The proposal calls for a base application fee of $7,500 plus a cost per megawatt affiliated with the project. Projects that are between 5 and 20 megawatts, that would be the base fee plus 150 per megawatt. And for projects over 200 megawatts, there would be the base fee cost plus the additional $165 per megawatt. And that would constitute the total permit fee. If there's a modification that needs to come in for your permit after it's been issued, that would reflect a 20% cost of the original application fee. If we need to issue an incomplete, and that's due to the applicant not coordinating up front very well with DHR or Game and Fisheries, and really trying to push the application through the process before they've really done their due diligence. There's going to be a fee associated with that because it takes a lot of staff time to go back through and address those incomplete issues. That too will represent a fee of 20% of the original application fee. In addition, there will be an annual maintenance fee of $500 fee plus $15 per megawatts. And if I can have the next slide, please. So one of the other amendments that we really wanted to clarify was information for permitting and issuing PBRs on previously disturbed land. It was mentioned earlier on in one of the sessions, either yesterday or early this morning, that there is, I think it was Vince who had talked about it, that for brownfield sites, there currently is coverage under Section 130, which only requires local government certification and a notice of intent for you to go on and build your facility regardless of the rated capacity. And so we issued a 20 megawatt, we issued a 20 megawatt Section 130 permit to an applicant a year and a half ago that wants to build on old RECRA land over in York County. There was no comprehensive full PBR that needed to be done. That land had been previously disturbed, was a federal site, and then taken over by the state. And it had finally come out of its long-term monitoring plan. And so they're going to stick some solar panels on there. And that Section 130 covered that program for, up to 20 megawatts. So under the new amendments, we are going to more clearly identify the ability to get a PBR on previously disturbed lands, provided you don't impact more than 10 acres of undisturbed land. So the current Section 130 lets you go up to 10 acres of disturbance before you need the full PBR. So if you're moving into a previously disturbed land, say it's an old peaking station area, and you need an additional 6 acres to do something with the substation or whatever, you would be able to do that under Section 130. However, if your peaking station required 12 acres of new virgin undisturbed land, then you would need to go back through the full PBR. So next slide. So you can see that this is the new proposed language, and I'm going to show you real quick here in a second how you can actually see all this stuff and comment on it. But you can go up to any megawatt, any rated capacity, but you can't impact anything more than 10 undisturbed acres. Next slide. So the proposal for this, the amendments to this regulation are currently open for public comment, and Kelsey's gonna be a real gem and do the live show of exactly how you can access that information and figure out how to provide comment. What you do first is you can just Google the Virginia Regulatory Town Hall, and this is what will come up. And if you down underneath that, you see there's a clear link for regulatory activity. If you click that, it will take you to this screen, and it will show you all the regulatory activities that are currently underway. You can scroll down until you get to the Department of Environmental Quality. This lists everything that's currently happening in the Commonwealth. You see under DEQ, there's only 2 actions that are going on right now. The second one is the Small Renewable Energy Projects Regulation. And if you go over to the right side of the screen and click stage, or not, right, yeah, there we go, go to stage, and that will take you right to we're currently in the proposed stage. You can see the proposed text. You can click on the agency background document that explains everything, the Attorney General certification, DPB economic analysis, as well as the governor's review memo that came out of the executive review. If we scroll down just a little bit further, you will see there's that little flashing diamond down there. It's in progress. The public comment period ends on midnight of May 14th. So any comments received after that will not be considered. You can submit those comments directly to me. My email address is, if you go down a little bit further, you can see the contact information. And So I would strongly encourage, Kelsey, if we can go back up just real quick to the proposed text. If you click that on, it will show you the proposed language is the new underlined language. Old language, if we can scroll down a little bit till we can find something that's been struck out. There we go. DGIF, they've changed their name. They're now the Department of Wildlife Resources. So that definition gets struck. And you see we've got them under DWR in alphabetical order. So old language has the strike through it, and new language is underlined. And I encourage anyone that has any interest in solar development at all to please take the time to read the proposed language and submit public comments, because the new regulation will only be as good as the feedback and the information we get from the public. The other quick thing I want to do, because I constantly get calls from folks given the new website design, is just to show you real quickly where you all can find all of the new PBR information. Similar thing, if you were to just Google Virginia DEQ, you'd get the Virginia DEQ website. And if we can click that on to our general website, you see the new and improved DEQ webpage. There's no listing there for renewable energy, as you see. So quickly click to permits, because what you want is information on the drop-down menu, and go to permits. And you will see under the blue tab, the permits listed. There's renewable energy. If you click that one, you see the renewable energy page. And also right under that blue tab, we've got the renewable energy project status. You can click that. And the very first hyperlink that you see right there gives you the complete Excel spreadsheet when it comes up.
Agree.
Where is it?
Oh,
there we go. Here it's coming.
Voila.
And there it is. You can see down at the bottom, you can get a listing of all notices of intent. You can get a listing of applications in review. You can see which PBRs have been issued. You can see which Section 130 permits have been issued. You can even see which notices of intent have been withdrawn. We even have a permit that's been withdrawn. All that data is available, and we update it every time we issue a new PBR. The web page is updated. And if we go into let's click issued permits. If all the way down, the little tab is whatever one.
Let's take a look quickly, and then we'll pivot into our
Sorry, your audio broke up on my end. Which tab am I clicking?
Just the issued PBRs right next to Section 130.
There we go.
Scroll down to the very bottom. Let me see if the one we issued today is already in there, because we sent it forward and it should be, where is it?
Rochambeau.
No, not listed yet, but it will be very soon.
Thanks, Beth. This is terrific. Don't go away. Just hang tight. Along with Erin and Rex, we're going to roll right into our experts exchange today, which we did yesterday. It was terrific and amazing. We're going to do it tomorrow, even bigger, to wrap up the entire 3 days. But we've got a lot of questions coming in about permitting, but there's two important people. Actually, Kelsey, can you reshare your screen real quickly and help me bridge to the next session? I need to bring in some important people that haven't been introduced yet, and are really going to help us work through the questions that we have, not just about permitting, but in general. And just go back to the top of that first tab. We can see Sol UNESCO up there at the top a few times I saw. And I want to bring in we heard from his partner, John Hillis, in the terrific policy panel yesterday, but I want to bring in Francis Hodsall now. He's the CEO and co-founder. They're a tag team over there, and Francis is leading their strategy and business development, policy, human resources, and community engagement efforts. Francis, how are you? Come on in.
Hi, nice to meet you, Dan.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Thanks for hopping in late. And I threw Francis a wrinkle and gave him the wrong time at one point, but our great team caught that right away. So sorry, Francis.
We got it straight. You figured it out.
Yep, everybody's smarter than me, and that's the really good news for the
you guys are moving fast. It's cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, plenty of time. I'm making jokes. And then also I want to bring in a gentleman we're also lucky to have and fortunate, and has an engineering background, Mr. Scott Simpson. He is kind of a veteran county administrator, assistant administrator, before he was tapped to become the guy over at Halifax County. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Scott, come on in. Hey.
Yeah, good to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, you hear you loud and clear. Thanks for joining us today. And I want to give kind of just at the top, well, I see a lot of our other speakers joining, but I want to give Francis and Scott each just a few minutes to introduce themselves. They can do a little bit of David Copperfield if they like, and then to share with us the work that they're doing.
Hey, Scott, good to see you.
Same here. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I've been active just north of you. So anyways, I'm Francis Hodsall, as Dan pointed out, my business partner, John Hillis, and I founded Sol UNESCO. It's surprising, it's almost 6 years now. And we founded Sol UNESCO because we saw that the Virginia market was going to open when it came to utility scale solar. And you know, we actually, crazily enough, we signed our first option agreement in August of 2015 on a project, and we kind of never looked back. And the Virginia market obviously has got a lot of promise to it. So it's been a great market to be in. It's very nice to be in a market. I used to do some stuff overseas. It's very nice to be in a market that's your backyard.
Yeah, great to hear. And Scott, come on in, share with us the great stuff that you've been up to lately.
Well, I've been here in Halifax a little over 2 years. Before that, I was in Southwest Virginia for about 15 years, but actually worked with some that I see here on the screen. But really got involved in solar once I got here to Halifax. I've always been a proponent of green energy and new technology. That's, so I had an interest in that, but Halifax had about 6 utility scale solar projects approved when I got here to Halifax, and I don't think they fully understood from the county's aspect on the long term. I guess most projects we deal with are short term. They're not always as long term as solar is, and so there was some concern that maybe we jumped in it too fast, and so I was tasked with trying to understand, one, what the county had committed to already, and 2, how we could try to make sure that we were looking out for our citizens moving forward as well. So that's really my background. I'm an engineer by trade, so I have a whole different perspective on a lot of things than county administrators do that have always been just an administrator, so to speak. My background's in utility infrastructure, water, sewer, and roads. So it's everybody calls me the numbers guy, but I don't know if I do that real well, but that's sort of my background. And here in Halifax, we're now up to a lot more than 6 projects, utility scale, that are approved, and we're seeing what the next wave is. It's not utility scale, but these community solars, and we have. I think we're very progressive and open to solar, and trying to make sure that our economy can be sustained as long as the economies in other areas that are utilizing the energy can grow too.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Scott. Definitely opportunity up and down the spectrum, projects large and small, communities, urban and rural, if the sun is shining, we can kind of try to make it work if it pencils out. But I want to bring in a couple of DMME stars. Again, you've seen them, Miss Carrie Hearne, who we should give a field commission as co-host at this point. Congratulations, Carrie, and thank you for your service. Michael Skiffington, who is with us again. He's the Director of Policy and Planning for DMME. And there's Mr. Vince Maiden, also co-host. We have a lot of our other stars back. We've got some of our folks from the last very important session on permitting that are going to be joining us. And at this point, we're going to open it all the way up. I know we've got sessions queued up. Some folks were asking questions like last week. So here we go. I'm going to kind of step away. I'm going to let the conversation kind of come alive. And I know Carrie and Vince and Michael and everybody is ready to go and geared up. And we're just going to let it rip until the top of the hour and see how much work we can get done. I look forward to it.
Well, I thought I would tee up one question that I think Scott and Francis might both have some perspectives on, and that is the suite of local policy tools that have been sort of granted to localities in the recent legislative sessions, ranging from siting agreements to the revenue share model. And I'm curious if either of you have, looked into siting agreements. Francis, don't tell us any of your trade secrets, but I'm just curious of your perspective on those. And if you're already kind of talking about things like broadband or other community services like, communications systems or firehouses, other ways that the community can benefit beyond receiving clean energy onto the electric grid, and obviously benefits to the landowners and the off-takers, but what about those other peripheral benefits?
Scott, do you want to go?
It's like a negotiation. I get to go first, huh?
I'm happy to go.
No, I go. I think from the county's perspectives, and I won't speak for Francis and his group of developers, but I think from all of us in general, I think we're at a good middle road for everybody. I think both of us gave up a little bit of some of our concerns on each side to meet in the middle so that we can all be successful. The revenue share model was actually kind of started out as something that we threw out, but based on my experience in Southwest Virginia with coal severance tax, and I kind of joked that this is like a sunlight severance and we ought to get a tax out of it. And we sort of modeled that and ended up where we did with revenue share. And what it does for counties, it provides us with a consistent, non-declining revenue that we can predict and expect and know we have available year after year after year, versus machinery and tools tax or real estate tax rate on machinery and tools that's on a depreciating schedule and gets revalued by the State Corporation Commission, annually and such. And so this gives us, from a budgeting standpoint, from a municipality, we know we're going to have X number of dollars annually for each project, and gives us a good idea to budget from, that we're not budgeting from declining revenues. Also, what it did, and Francis was instrumental in making sure that we were successful, is that it takes it off of the tax roll, so to speak, and it pulls it out of the composite index formula for school funding. So you're taking these large projects that are essentially, a majority of them are tax exempt to some standpoint, but it's taking the value of those off of our books, and so it doesn't affect the counties negatively on the composite index. So that was a big benefit to us as well. So I haven't had a project yet that's gone through the siting agreement process. I think I'll have the opportunity coming up here in the next month or two, but some counties have already gone through that model, and I think that's going to turn into probably not much deviation from these original models that we started with. Those are kind of set the bar where everybody's comfortable and knows that, ultimately, in my mind, if counties, it's kind of an all or none thing. You either help make the project successful and the counties get their piece of the revenue, or in my mind, we get too greedy and then you don't have a project at all and you got nothing. So I think in my opinion, we're at the point where maybe there's a couple little things that we can wrench on a little bit, but we're in a good place, I think.
Yeah, I would echo that. I mean, we Sol UNESCO, we believe strongly, we want to be a good partner in the communities that we are deploying these projects, and because these projects will be there for a long period of time, and often these projects are being situated such that you've got a number of neighbors to your project, so you want the community to see this as a positive thing. And so seeing it as a positive thing is really it's perception, right? And I mean, I think Scott, one thing about Scott that's great is he looks at the numbers, he does his homework, and that's a great person to work with if you're a developer, because they're not just taking things at face value, because there's a lot of stuff being said, and so you want to work with somebody like Scott and a county like Halifax that's going to look at what are the numbers, and then I think you can build from there. And I agree with Scott that there's not probably a lot more you can layer on top of revenue share, and because the problem as a developer is, at what point in time did you just burden your project such that you made everybody happy for a short period of time, a few years, while everybody thought they were going to get a big revenue stream, and then your project doesn't happen and everybody's unhappy. So you need to consider that. That being said, I think there are creative things that can be done. I think one of the great things that's happening in this industry is because it's the 1,000 points of light. I hope nobody minds my saying that, but all these developers are trying different things to be a good, community steward, and so there are interesting experiments going on. And I know we're part of a grant program. It's not huge, but organizations get to submit proposals to this grant program, and if it's selected, then they get some funding. We funded a new football sled for a football team in a county. We're hoping to do some things with some churches. I mean, there's some needs everywhere. There's needs all throughout the state, but there are certainly needs in the rural counties. And what can we do to be helpful? So.
Yeah, and I would build on that by saying, first of all, both of you, Francis and Scott, have been really wonderful partners to DMME as we've been trying to navigate through these systems and create tools for localities and others that can really understand the complexity of the finances. And I would definitely consider both of you finance or numbers guys. So thank you for doing that. And I'll put a link in the chat around the model that DMME and UVA, and both of you all contributed to this, the soul tax model that helps compare those tax regimes across the localities, across the Commonwealth, in terms of building on what's the current tax rate, and looking at all of the pieces like the composite index, et cetera. That is, not everyday knowledge. Definitely was new information to me when I was digging in. So I'll put that in the chat and people can check it out. But I wanted to say that, I spoke with the governor's broadband advisor, Kyle Rosner, I think is his name. And he really indicated that, there's a lot of localities that are having challenges to match the grant funding that is available from the state in terms of meeting their local match for broadband services. And in the absence of things like solar siting agreements, those localities may not be able to come up with the money to meet that match. And solar, positioned in a place like Southwest Virginia or other localities, even some, urban areas, if the things work out in terms of broadband access, that can be the piece that solves that math formula. And that benefits everybody across the locality. So I think that's, just really great news in terms of what are these options and how are they benefiting people, and ensuring that the project is a yes, that the locality can say yes to it, that the solar community is benefiting, and we're able to meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals.
And I know people on this on the developer side are considering this, and specifically how the revenue share and the siting agreement can be used to enable this. So yeah, seems to be getting a little bit of traction.
Well, and someone mentioned, I think it was Scott, you mentioned the coal tax. So I thought, I don't know if Mike Skiffington, do you want to talk a little bit about recent legislation and what DMME's, even just kind of what our charter is for figuring this out? What happened? And then I may not facilitate the rest of this, so I may step back. Turn it over to Dan.
Good stuff. No, good stuff.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Michael Skiffington, Director of Policy for DMME. What Carrie is referring to, there was legislation introduced to eliminate 2 coal tax credits on the books for the Commonwealth after a JLARC study found them not getting a lot of bang for the economic buck. And as part of that process, we at DMME have been directed to lead a stakeholder group with many stakeholders down in Southwest Virginia to come up with some recommendations as to how the Commonwealth can support an economic transition for that region. And the legislation, House Bill 1899, requires us to look at six different areas of emphasis, which basically fall into 2 broader buckets of renewable energy / infrastructure development, and also on the workforce side and the community revitalization side. So we'll be having some public meetings. We've got a really quick turnaround time of an interim report of September 1 and a final report of December 1. So if you are interested, you can certainly reach out to me, and I'll be happy to keep you in the loop as we get those public meetings scheduled.
Thanks, Michael. That's awesome. And I want to bring Mr. Meade Anderson into the conversation. I saw him pop in there, and see if he had any kind of general thoughts for us, or something I wanted to maybe draw a circle around, because nobody knows how to punch above their weight class better than Meade and Vince over there at Brownfields, who've been, just stepping up multiple weight classes for many years now. And something I heard in the last presentation on permitting from several of our speakers, and I've kind of sensed it in the background of everything. And being a real estate guy, I heard time and tsunami, and those 2 things don't really go well together. We're short on time resources at the agency level, and there's a tsunami coming. And I don't know, Meade, jump in. What are you thinking?
And actually I discussed this the other day. Over the years, we've heard a lot of comments about there's going to be a tsunami of work. It's going to overwhelm us. I've never really seen it. It gets timed and spaced out enough. I think if there's enough interest to create a tsunami, at least for the work that Vince and I do, that we'll come up with the staff somehow. We do a lot of work sharing already. And, I realize on some of the permitting aspects that is a challenge. And I think people need to probably voice their concerns to get more staff involved with upper management. There was one thing that I think Scott and Francis could answer, or
uh-oh, hang on. I want to hear what this one thing is, but you're breaking up.
I think me froze briefly here.
Yeah, the video.
I know one of the things that Meade really likes to talk about is the public engagement, and how you deal with the public and, you know, how they react to these solar and how you engage them, how you get communicate with a resistant public on sites, and some of the less glossy, fun unicorn things to talk about, but the nitty gritty that the locals face when they get opposition to these projects. And maybe Meade can elaborate if we get him back.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. I think we can hear you now, but I went ahead and started talking about some of the issues on public engagement.
No, thank you. I cut off my video to save some bandwidth. Yeah, and I think Scott's probably, how you doing, Scott, has got a good idea of some of this, but we've seen some, I guess it's small but vocal people that are concerned about the installation of panels, and I don't know how it's really affected many projects, but as Betsy indicated, there's many people are trying to figure out how to deal with their land and going forward, and they're paying the taxes, not some of the people that are opposing it. So what do you think, Scott or Francis, about some of this, and has it derailed anything, and how do you deal with it on the local level?
Well, from the local level, we're part of our ordinance for solar requires the applicant to have a community meeting ahead of, it doesn't have to be ahead, but we recommend it be ahead of the public hearings for the conditional use permit. And what that does is it allows a more or a less formal setting for the applicant to have really just a meeting with the neighbors, so that everybody understands what the project is and they can ask those questions, not in a public forum, and probably get a more straightforward answer than a politically correct answer at a public hearing level at a formal board meeting. So we think that that's helped having that requirement. There's been some concern about, of course, all the birds are dying and they're going to fall on my farm and all that stuff. And, there's always going to be that no matter what you do. But we have not seen a huge opposition here in Halifax with people that are concerned about health and safety aspects of solar panels, and and then with the decommissioning burden still on the applicant and the developer, then it really takes it off of the county's responsibility. We require a bond and that type of thing for those costs to cover it. So we don't think we have a long-term exposure, and we haven't seen anything scientific that tells us that all these solar panels are bad things. So we think community engagement up front has really been helpful to squash those comments that may come out in waves at a public hearing in a formal setting.
Yeah, we agree totally. And we try to engage the community as soon as possible. Folks should recognize, though, that is very different than the way other, certainly independent power producers have conducted business historically. They would be developing billion-dollar power plants in secret for long periods of time, and then all of a sudden launch it because they knew they were going to get opposition. They figured the best way to get through that opposition was kind of with a blitzkrieg, right? So, but I think with solar, it's a very different situation. It's not, one asset that's being developed over a decade or sometimes longer, that happens very infrequently. We are rolling out projects on a regular basis. The public is aware of this. So, and not that I would ever advocate hiding the ball, but that is the culture that some people who come from a traditional power generation background, they were raised, this is the way you develop power generation. And so there's going to be a little bit of educational need on our side of the line or whatever. I also think that, the thing that's always striking to me is, despite the fact that, as Scott said, there's a lot of great evidence out there, scientifically peer-reviewed, that solar is very safe. We present the reports. I always say, hey, we and the Russians invented this technology in the 50s. This has been as well studied as anything. It doesn't matter. For some people, it doesn't matter. They're going to say what they're going to say. They're going to make statements that are not founded in fact. They're going to say that we're going to leave the panels there, despite the fact that, as Scott already pointed out, we're going to provide financial security to make sure the panels are. But people are going to say what they're going to say because they oppose the project. And so, how do you deal with that? I think you really do need to make an effort to educate the community, have the community meetings, and you got to recognize that you can't just say, okay, we're going to have a community meeting and think that you actually accomplished anything, because if you just have a community meeting, a couple of people will show up and that'll be it. You need to work to get people to show up, and then you need to communicate beyond your community meeting. And we are doing things like phone calls and letter campaigns to let people know about the project, everything we can, and then recognize that still, even with the best of efforts, people are busy people. They have other things to do in their lives, and your solar project might be really important to you, but they don't really care. So you're still only going to get a small percentage of the community paying attention to your project.
Yeah, love all that stuff. I want to underscore, because we've heard it again and again, getting out front, the big reveal will fail. You really can't do it that way. And I'm really happy to be folding in all of our brownfielders, because it's just standard blocking and tackling for them to be engaging the community up front. And so pro-action, and on permitting, we heard it too. I mean, really in every piece of this, we've got to get up front. And so really we've been preaching proactive diligence, even on the community side, looping back. If the community can already coalesce around what they want and even put it in their comp plan, hey, we need a bank of pollinators with a walking path next to our river walk on that site, and put it out there for people. It's much easier for the market to kind of back into that. Or solar developer, you already going in like, well, we need a budget for this. So this is how we make it work for them. And I hope everybody who's dialed into this conference, everybody's going to start to think that way, and it can create a lot less friction. But if friction is inevitable, and I'll leave it with this, I want to get back to some questions for Beth. I mean, we can land on the moon, and years later, people will be accosting Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin in the streets. You've seen that video, so it's just,
I preview of panel for tomorrow from Pulaski County. Jonathan Sweet, County Administrator there. I think Pulaski County has done an excellent job of being proactive on this front, and they are currently working on I think it's a 280 megawatt project. So this won't go through the state PBR process. It'll go through the State Corporation Commission, but they first went through the SolSmart program. They applied and submitted all of their credit documentation for the gold level, and they earned every single point that they applied for. They created a really wonderful public-facing website around solar and all of the pieces that are required for a solar developer. So they made that very transparent up front. And then they were very proactive, engaging both the media as well as citizens. And you'll hear more about that tomorrow, I hope. And in a lot of the articles that I read in the media, they were very proactive around talking about the health and safety and kind of dispelling any of those myths right up there in the front. So educating people along the way. And I think it's a great model. It's one of the largest projects on the western side of the state. And I think they're going to be a great model for others going forward. And I know, Sol UNESCO is also super transparent, and I was just playing around on the Randolph Solar project that you all are developing in Charlotte County. And again, super transparent information, lots of educational materials, reference to, scientific literature, and just like, putting in what it's going to look like after it's developed, including the various, viewshed components, et cetera. So I think this is all really important in the process.
Dan, I've got a policy and a permit question. I'll probably get everybody in the game here at the end. So for Michael, so we talked about the Kilgore bill at the inception of this. We had Kilgore on, it's likely to be signed by the governor. People are going to slap hands and you're going to have this great bill that's unfunded. It also says DMME, you're going to create this guidebook and you're going to set up a program, which is unfunded. So how does the agency handle unfunded mandates like that? Or do you wait till funding? The Virginia Brownfields Assistance Fund was created like that years and years ago and took about a decade to be funded. So how do you handle that? And how do people on this call and on this webinar who want to see that funded, how do they get engaged to promote funding of that bill?
Those aren't the only unfunded things, are they, Mike?
Well, this one was very well known at this conference. So.
I was going to say that unfortunately we have all kinds of experience with unfunded mandates. But one of the things we're doing with the ongoing realignment here at DMME is putting more boots on the ground with respect to renewable energy positions in Southwest Virginia. That's something that's ongoing. I anticipate we'll be working with stakeholders such as the Solar Group of Southwest to help us develop that online handbook that is prescribed by the statute. And we've got a year to do that, assuming the bill is signed and goes into effect on July 1. And then hopefully by then our friends at the EPA and perhaps some infrastructure legislation at the federal level will provide some funding, but we will certainly continue to do the work that we've been charged to do.
And so, legislation, the Virginia Clean Economy Act was great. It created all this tsunami we keep talking about for renewable energy. But people like Beth Major, who's a program of one, Aaron, who is just building up a stormwater program, they may be more impacted than us brownfielders with this tsunami. And I guess I'd like to hear what's DEQ doing to get ready for this, to meet those demands, and also from our locals, if Scott's still on, stormwater local front, what's being done to make sure we don't bottleneck these projects and really hinder it instead of government helping, which is what we like to do in brownfields, that we become a hindrance. So maybe Beth can start.
What a loaded question, Vince. I'm buying lots of coffee. That's how I'm going to plan to deal with this. You're posing questions that really need to be addressed at the strategic level, which I'm sure DEQ is actively looking at now that the legislation's been passed. We do have the battery storage bill. There is one additional FTE that comes with that legislation. However, given the volume of battery storage interest, I suspect we'll still be back at net zero with not enough people to do either one of those permitting functions, whether it's battery storage or solar and wind. But I'm sure that the capable management at DEQ is taking a long, hard look at this, and we'll figure out some way to make it work. I think one of the things that's going to be important, though, and I will tell you all, maybe because I've got permitter behind my name, but I field an awful lot of calls every week from upset citizens about solar development. And I'm thinking the more that we have people who are going to be impacted by solar facilities, which the new law is going to create, a whole lot more areas will be required to be impacted by solar development. I suspect a lot more complaints will be coming forward. Folks are concerned when the stormwater stuff doesn't work right and their road to their farm is washed out with every heavy rainfall. Who's responsible for fixing that? Is the developer going to be taking responsibility for problems that occur as a result of their development? For the local property owners that are right around these large facilities, they're going to be seeing these things for at least 30 years. Who knows, maybe in perpetuity. These landowners and these people have real big concerns, and they feel that at the local level, sometimes things are addressed, sometimes they aren't. Sometimes we get permits that have got promises made at the local level that are not reflected in the state permit. And so now we have a conflict between what's going on at the PBR and what's being required at the local level. So we have some bumps in the road that I think need to be discussed a little more fully and fleshed out, hopefully long before the full frontal boom of this development comes our way. But we'll work our way through it. We always do. We always have. And I don't have the answers, but I'm sure somebody over at DEQ does.
On the stormwater.
Is it okay if I address something that Beth
go ahead.
brought up? So, and Beth, you're raising an issue that a lot of people are concerned about, and that is, erosion and sediment. We are taking large areas of land, and erosion and sediment control, stormwater management, once it goes into operation, just so everybody's on the same page, erosion and sediment controls the process during construction, and then many of those features turn into permanent stormwater management. There have been some situations where during construction, the erosion and sediment control features, as far as I know, based on talking to some of the people who designed those features and constructed those features, worked as they were supposed to work, which is, and if you get enough rain, the rain is going to crust over the ditch and the features, but they are all designed to allow that to happen without creating real problems. But when you start disturbing earth like we're doing, you're going to have some of these issues. Just like farmers have those issues when they're plowing the field, or somebody building a warehouse facility. What's concerning to me, though, is there does seem to be a sentiment out there right now that somehow solar is totally different, right? Solar is not totally different. We are doing a construction project. We are disturbing land. We're putting erosion sediment control features in place. We have a lot of scrutiny over our projects. I'm not going to say what other things are out there that may not have as much scrutiny, but I'm very aware that there are some other activities out there that are not getting a lot of scrutiny. So I think we all need to work together to make sure good, accurate information is out there. Not gloss it over, not say it doesn't happen. It does happen. We've had some very wet weather recently during a period of time in Virginia when the ground does not percolate very well. And the erosion and sediment control features that were put into place got overwhelmed, and red water went down through the stream. And that's what happened. And that is what is going to happen in any construction activity happening during this period of time. So, I just think we all need to be very careful about making sure good information is out there.
Francis, awesome, man. Triple star for that. I love everything about it. Solar's not different. And that's really the purpose of us gathering for this 3-day summit. This is land use. We're doing this. We have programs. We have people of all kinds of professionals, and we can do it the right way. And we're going to need to step up our game, as they did in Houston after Harvey, multi-billion-dollar green infrastructure bond. They're going to take the next steps. And being an old BP guy, I know those swamps really well. That was probably a lot to chew for some people, but they did it by necessity because Harvey was the third 500-year flood in a row. They had back-to-back 500-year hurricanes. And that's what we're going to have to deal with. As Francis said, land uses of all types and all stripes and all species. So solar most of all. But this might be an opportunity. I don't know. We still might have Calvin and Dan plugged into the conversation, because some of the solutions are biology and native species. They're already thinking differently. And we actually, in their session earlier today, wetlands and stormwater came up. And I also want to take this opportunity before I throw it to them, maybe, to tease tomorrow morning. We're coming right in on this issue, and Miss Robin Ernst is actually going to be speaking right at this altitude. She's thought a lot about permitting. She's thought a lot about stormwater. She's thought a lot about native species and the rest. And so we're really going to hit that hard in the morning. I hope you can all get up early in the bacon block for that. And then right after that, legal too. So we heard Beth talk about, real concerns and risk. And again, we have legal instruments. There is insurance. We got an insurance star tomorrow, a deal maker with with products that can package the risk even over the long-term maintenance. So Dan, I see you jumping in there. Can you help us out with your seasoned, grizzled experience, working with habitat and stormwater? You're on mute. There. Yep. There we go.
Yeah, always the double mute on Zoom. I was going to say, if you listen to the conversation, I echo a lot of the same sentiments. I mean, thinking through misconceptions or misunderstandings, and solar is the new thing, so it's something that people are kind of keeping a maybe closer eye on than other activities, and so it actually gets that look. So in terms of vegetation, that's something to look at and think about how that can help alleviate those concerns, and ways you can design that in to address it up front.
I would also just like to acknowledge that for, people like myself, for Beth, for the individual who's in the household, who's on the farm that is experiencing that issue, whether it's, mud in their cropland and they were about ready to do a harvest and now they've got a muddy harvest, or, myself who's on the phone talking to an individual who, maybe just previously contacted DEQ, and they're trying to all figure out what do they do as they're critically impacted in their world. And it may, the numbers may not add up in terms of, is it the volume that we need to see to, change the system, right? But for that person, it's a very real issue. And so, I just want to help put it in perspective and make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable to our own standards that we want to apply to the solar industry, and be better, always be learning, be innovative, have these multiple systems in place that are benefiting agricultural communities, et cetera, and to do the right thing is, I think, kind of my point. And I know everyone is, and there are always going to be failures and issues that just have to be corrected. I think of, I grew up in West Virginia. My parents are still there, and a lot of those roads are severely impacted by the natural gas industry with the large construction trucks, et cetera. And when I drive home, I have to stop or yield or do these navigation issues around these major potholes that have been in the road for 3 years. So there are bonds in place, there are financial instruments that are out there, and the localities, the developers, these finance tools are in place to help deal with these incidents. So is there any more that you can share about how that actually works in its application? So if there is a failure, how do you tap into those financial systems to have that backstop?
Yeah, well, my experience has been, kind of on the site restoration side of things. So if we're talking about, off-site, road impacts, things like that, that's kind of going out of, where we've been involved with some of those construction.
Tune in tomorrow, 9 a.m. for Deal Making 101 for more about insurance and risk. But I love, Carrie, what you said. It's super important because, it keeps coming up. We have this window of opportunity to maximize the moment. And we all want to do that, do right by the economy and each deal, maximize profitability, maximize Mother Earth. But if we do that, there's this other thing in my mind, or another reason to do it, because if we have a generation of failed projects, it will only get harder. Not only will we maybe lose momentum, but we might whip up a lot more NIMBYism because we have the shiny object problem. Tesla's the safest car on the road, but every time one blows up, it's front page news. And we've got to be wary of that problem as we go forward too. So you're already all super nerdy and dialed in, but just wrinkle down one more time for me so we can make sure to do this right. Anybody else want to jump in? I'm loving all this conversation.
I'd love to just say one thing about the stormwater. The right now, I think Erin and her group are overwhelmed with projects. And, with the DEQ's ability to, and that's no fault of them, that's just a staffing issue and funding. But with, the ability to expedite projects, 100 acres or more, we're seeing obviously there's a financial benefit to spend the money to expedite a project and most of the time. And what that's doing is that actually puts the smaller projects behind. And the wave that I'm seeing here in my county, and I don't think it's much different anywhere else, is where Dominion has put out their RFP for all these community solar facilities that are 5 megawatts or less that take up about 30 acres or less of land. And the numbers that we're seeing in that are phenomenal as far as the number of projects. And all those still have to go through DEQ, although at a slightly, maybe, I don't know if it's a different process, but they're all being reviewed, and obviously not large scale like a 1,000 acres or 800 acres of disturbances is only about 30, but it's the same. You're going to have more of them. And so I think from a time standpoint, DEQ is going to get further and further behind reviewing projects. And that's, I think that's where the state should be focusing resources, is helping with review of stormwater. And then the bill I think y'all were talking about where it threw ENS back on DEQ if they were given bodies or funding through the budget, which they funded, I think, 2 out of the 4 positions that were required for the bill to pass. So really, there's no advantage now to counties being able to opt out of ENS for these types of projects either. So our local resources are going to continue to become burdened by reviewing ENS plans for these small projects. And I'm, in my county, I'm hearing no less than 50 projects in the next 3 months. And I don't know where we have staff to even handle the ENS part of it. And I don't know where the state has the staff to handle the stormwater part of it. So I think that's going to be the largest hurdle that we all see from in solar in general coming here in the next 3-4 months.
I think Erin's still on with us. If you want to weigh in, Erin.
I do. Thank you for that, both Scott and Vince. Scott, I am right there with you. We have in the past 3 years had primarily 1 solar plan reviewer. All of the solar projects in the state where DEQ is a VSMP authority come directly to central office. This development sector being fairly new to Virginia, we've tried to keep this in central office, even though the majority of our plan reviews are farmed out to our regional offices. We keep this in-house, both for consistency and to make sure that we're getting out the same information to all the folks that come to us for plans. Heather McAllister, you guys may know her or have worked with her. At the time that I came to central office from a regional office, I was only doing plan review part-time and writing guidance the other part. So Heather has borne the brunt of this development sector across the board. So January this year, January 25th, luckily I was able to bring 3 new staff members on. But we recognize that even with 3 additional staff that are currently getting trained and certified, that we will not have the staff to accommodate this universe of projects coming our way. We've had a couple smaller development firms and design firms reach out to us and ask us about 20, 30, 40 projects at a time. We know that they're coming to Halifax. They've told us specifically about working in your locality. And a lot of them want to go through the expedited plan review process. What's surprising to most people is that the expedited plan review, that $30,000 fee, this language doesn't live in our statute and it doesn't live in our regulations. It's actually a budget amendment added by the General Assembly in 2018. Originally, it was added to the budget indicating that DEQ as the VSMP authority could allow for expedited review. It has been updated to include that any VSMP authority that serves in that capacity can elect to charge that $30,000 fee. But again, it's just for the stormwater piece. So when we're working as the BSMP authority with a locality that's the Erosion and Sediment Control Authority, it ends up being a huge problem. It doesn't encumber the locality for ENS review. It doesn't really serve the locality at all from an erosion and sediment control perspective. And it's really confusing for folks to navigate that process that doesn't allow for the agency to further define the expedited piece in a regulation, or to issue guidance on how to navigate that process, because we can't touch budget language. So I mean, I recognize that the General Assembly was trying both to listen to the industry in terms of the time it takes for us to do plan review, as well as provide an avenue for folks to work through that process more quickly. But I think it's added a lot more confusion, even though it has generated some funding for us. So it's got some pros and cons to it. I will tell you that one of the things that would be beneficial is for that expedited process to be able to include erosion and sediment control and to benefit a locality, so that that can work in tandem together. Just at this time, it doesn't.
Thanks, Erin. That's just one of the bigger things that I keep hearing is the concern over the stormwater piece. I mean, the PBR process, it's just that, it's a permit by rule. So if you meet the standards, you're going to get the permit, right? So we can ramp up, we can probably get those processed. The stormwater piece is a little more convoluted. I've heard lawyers and developers say, well, it takes us 3 or 4, times to get through a review process. Why are there so many bites at the apple? And that many things from the regulatory side, and that's localities and the state both are lumping in there. So I think we could spend like a whole half a day on this, because I think it's really a big problem. It could lead itself, if not resourced properly, into holding up projects that are costing people money and costing localities revenue. So
and they do, Ben. They really do cost both time and money. I think one of the things I touched on it in my presentation, but DEQ is the delegated authority to interpret the State Water Control Board laws and regulations. And we have seen a significant pushback from the design community on whether they like our regulation interpretation or not. So, the regulations changed in 2014. We went from an old 2C technical criteria at 0.45 pounds per acre per year of phosphorus reduction, and it was lowered to 0.41. And that was in an attempt statewide to address our TMDL reductions for the Bay model, for that watershed implementation plan and that TMDL. And we still don't know if that's, nutrient neutral, but we don't apply this just to the Bay, it's applied statewide. And we have some folks that disagree with our interpretation of channel and flood protection compliance. And when we have these pre-application meetings with folks, we very clearly and transparently discuss that that is the largest issue that we see from folks being able to meet compliance. It is always the last comments on a comment letter, and in the that iterative process, whether it's the 3rd comment letter or the 5th comment letter. We don't think there's any reason that someone should have to go plan review, go through the plan review process more than 3 times. If you're going more than 3 times, there's something that you're not getting as, the designer or the developer, or there's something that we're not understanding from the plan being presented to us. And we very much want to get to the root of whatever the issue is, because we want you guys out the door and on the ground. It's, the longer you stay on our desk, the more work we have, and that's not our goal. And just to reiterate on the expedited plan review side, when we have, say for instance, I have 10 projects and I'm working on some projects that are smaller than 100 acres, they're going through the traditional review period and that time associated with traditional review. The problem is, if Vince, you send me your expedited plan, you get pushed to number 1. And those other folks that are in the review process that can't utilize that expedited review, they get pushed to the side. So I just wanted to kind of scoot back to that with what Scott was talking about.
Thanks, Carrie.
I
Yeah,
think
I'll take
it's
it.
going to cut us off here automatically if I'm not correct.
You're right. Yep, 30 seconds. Thanks, Carrie. And thanks, Erin. You actually left it on a really good note. I'll just wrap us. Tune in tomorrow. We're going to dive right back in on this issue with Robin Ernst from Monarch Vegetation Services. I want to give a shout out, some beautiful love to our sponsors right here on this panel: Sol UNESCO, Cardno, Ernst Conservation Seeds. We couldn't be doing it without you. We won't save the planet without you. I also want to give some beautiful love to our public servants at DEQ and DMME. I was not joking yesterday when I said that they've got the best. I'm not sure how the Commonwealth has done it, but it shows. And I think we've got to go. We'll see you tomorrow. Back for more. Thanks, everybody. The future is as bright as we build it.
Nicole, will you stop the YouTube stream, please?